What's up, boys? What's up, boys? Back on the desktop. I don't know who tuned into the fucking IRL stream, but that was a bit of fun. Change title? Oh yeah, fuck. To be honest, I don't even know how. I'm the green polo, I love you. Cheers, bro, I love you too. I'm the green polo, I love you. Cheers, bro, I love you too. Fuck, why is that playing? Yeah, I don't know how to change the title. I don't really give a fuck. Whatever. How old are you? I'm 24. Looking good? Fuck yeah. Not too bad. Bit bones coming through. How long you gymmed for? 6 years. Ugh. Harmony's up. Fuck yeah, dude. I reckon I'm looking not too bad. Absolute Chad. Fuck yeah. Prime Adam. Current stack, I'm on like 500 tests, a bit of AI, and a bit of empty too. Not too much though. Andrew, you're looking like a Navy SEAL. Why don't you do the Hell Week someday? Fuck, do you have to do like no sleep? Because I fucking hate that. I'm not uncanny anymore. Fuck yeah. We're going for a different look, see how it works. I mean, just try something new, you know? People love novelty. Best stack for muscle growth. Just blast a bunch of tests and you're pretty much good to go. You can add a bit of GH and insulin if you want to be a full bodybuilder, but really test is all you need. You said you get a rhino. I don't know, man. Look to the side. I think my nose could improve a little bit. Like it makes me look more assessed than I actually am. Yeah, and I feel like the thing is my frontal bone is very forward. If I look to the side, so it makes my lower maxilla look more recessed, even though realistically my frontal bone is just super fucking forward. I mean, my frontal process of the maxilla. And so if if my nose was smaller, I think it would look better, personally. Are you wearing lipstick? Nothing. That's just my my lips. What do you do with the hair transplant? Yeah, so no, the camera moves automatically. Sorry about that. That's just how it is. Change title? I can't. I don't know how. Why can't you accept that you're assessed? I'm not gonna lie, man. I feel like you don't really know too much about craniofacial morphology. Got a good hairline, bro. It's fake. It's just not even a real hairline, cunt. I fucking reverse engineered a haircut. I'm fucking bald right now. I just shaved it off. I literally took a razor to my skull. Buzz and green polos mogging hard. Appreciate it, brother. Molecule. Did test make you bald? Oh, is it bald? Nah, man. I just wanted to shave it off. Just for the sake of it. Try something new. Did you get bored because of the LSD trip? Well, look, psychedelics have made me not give a fuck to a new extent for sure. Like, there aren't many people that can go around filming in their local city, getting mass hate from clip farms being taken out of context and truly not give a fuck. That's how low inhibition I am. I don't give a shit. I was just playing a character tonight earlier for the entire night, playing an extremely emotionally non-reactive person, which goes completely against what I've been portrayed as, which was also acting. And now I'm just gonna chill back on the fucking desktop. But yeah, to answer your question, it wasn't like an LSD trip that caused me to want to go bald, but I was like, all right, look, do I give a fuck? Do I attach my identity to my looks? Not really. I'm going to invest in the future. So I'll get, I'll fucking shave my head off and maybe get rhinoplasty and hair transplant and come back mogging harder than ever in 1 or 2 months. And so I'm in the investment phase right now. I don't really care if I look good or bad. I don't have much of a sex drive. Like if I did, I could slay anyway. It's not a big deal to me. What do you whiten your teeth so much? Just whitening strips with 6% hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is the go-to. It's the tried and true for getting white teeth. Why is your camera tracking your movement? That's just what my camera does. It was never about the haircut. Yeah, hair's kind of cope. I mean, not really, but look, it can be blown out of proportion at times. Injectable versus topical GHKCU, not a huge difference. Just do either one. Thank you, looks. Fuck yeah. When you go into IRL, dude, I just did IRL. I just did IRL stream for like 3 hours before. I was just walking around. It was boring as fuck. Just getting swarmed by like people either asking for pics who were being respectful or people trying to take the piss out of me, which was pretty obvious. JFL had some dude saying they contacted your mum over kick clips. Yeah, dude, I saw my mum the other day and all she had to say about me was good things. Because, like, look, my coaching is doing better than ever in the past week. She's extremely proud of me. So that's probably cope, to be honest. She probably didn't even see the message. Nor would she give a fuck. My entire family is extremely proud of me because they know what's actually going on. I think a smaller nose would look weird because your brow ridge is big. I don't know, man. I don't think that's necessarily like how it works. I just feel like my nose kind of dominates my other features a little bit too much. Forest pick. Dude, the forest pick's kind of an illusion. Like, I wasn't actually that fucking mogger back then. It was just like, oh yeah, I'm smiling in the forest. It's an elusive sort of pick. Like, dude, I was kind of bloated at that time. I didn't actually look that good. It was fraud. It's just a certain circumstance. It's not necessarily fraud. It was how I looked at the moment. But I can easily beat that, man. Like, I'm going back, rhinoplasty, hair transplant. My collagen is still perfect. Like, I get guessed 18 on a regular basis. People don't even believe I'm 24. Obviously, I'll look older right now because I'm literally bald, cunt. Like, so I'll look a bit older, but especially with blonde hair, like I was getting guessed pretty young. I keep my collagen in good nick with GHKCU, tretinoin, microneedling, everything like that. Why is there a dent in your head? It's called a brow ridge. So the brow ridge is here. It protrudes out. That's how it works. So you got the frontal bone, the brow ridge. Anatomy 101. You look younger back then? Maybe a little bit. I mean, dude, I am older, but I look more mature, more so than, like, dude, my skin's better now than in 2022. I can guarantee that. I can, like, prove that with pics. What did you do to make your face lean while being huge? Well, one of the main things is I got an aromatase inhibitor, so keeping my estrogen down keeps me a lot less bloated. And then using a low dose of diuretics just to keep my sodium to potassium ratio intact is also a big one. Why don't you wear a hair patch? The fuck's that? Rhino soon? Yeah. Rhino fucking soon, boys. Do you think a wide nose bone give it illusion of a maxilla? To some extent. I mean, wide nose bone is pretty brutal, to be honest. Your hairline's fine? Bro, this isn't real fucking hair right now. I literally just reverse engineered a fucking haircut. This is not fucking real. Why did you wear a wig? I could wear a wig, I guess. But the thing is, if I wear a wig, it's like people will know it's a wig because they know who I am. That's the issue. You reckon it would look weird if my nose was smaller? I kind of disagree. I think it would look better. G'day, Andrew. What's up? How'd you do that to your hairline? Magic. Do you use AI? Yeah, I do. Have you watched Avatar? I watched the first one like over a decade ago. Try 80s Rockstar Week. Dude, I gotta fucking watch this wheat waffles bullshit. Where is this? Because I saw wheat waffles made a video on me. Or like involving me at least. Let's watch that. You more goddess, obviously. How do you manage a sex drive without DHT? I don't have much of a sex drive, bro. Women are kind of a waste of time, in my opinion. If you feel shit from AIs, you're crashing your estrogen too much. Is your hairline on? Yeah. Blog TV, dude. Fuck it. Just draw my fucking hairline. Looks kind of funny. What AI? Letro. Let's get this. Do you not think about sex at all? Not too much, man. I've got better shit to worry about. Which Looksmaxxing give me the most ROI? Blasting test. Blasting test and getting super fucking lean and jacked. So just dialing in, diet training, blasting the fuck out of test. Probably good to go. Sex drive low because of gear? Nah, man. It's probably really low fat. I'm on extremely low fat right now, which I kind of like because not having a sex drive just makes things easier. You can just lock the fuck in. Like I don't have to worry about right now like slaying some chick in my bed. I can just stream instead. Collab with Clav? Yeah, we'll shortly. But I want to watch this video real quick. Let's get this video going. Let's see. Properties. Which one? Perfect. So.
Yo, Hungry Jacks, let's kick it. Iced coffee, Nutella, iced coffee. Alright, stop.
Dude, what the fuck is this ad?
Nutella, or storm with Nutella. Roll in to Hungry Jacks.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Fuck off.
For your words.
And I'll just let the clip do the talking. Wix.
Right.
But when that's a fake. And just to highlight, it's not a one-off. It's not the only time that he's done this. Because there was also this clip where he makes a similar remark. Think, business model, of which it's free. It's all about watching this channel really 10 native. And now moving over to somebody who is a bit more new to the scene, but is blowing up as far as I've been looking at his content recently, and he's called Androgenic. And this guy doesn't have much good to say. In fact, I haven't got any positives for him. He's just all cons. So getting straight into it, first and foremost, I think he's very male-gazed. Like, where is the Looksmaxxing for him? In my book, I don't see any Looksmaxxing. I just see a bunch of PSL misapplied theories trying to make himself look good for other PSL.
Is this a joke? What about this would possibly not be dialed in? Like, this is actually a really good photo of me. So that's the funny thing is this guy made a really fucking good photo of me. He picked a good one. He certainly didn't do me dirty there. How the fuck is this not Looksmaxxed? Is this a joke?
Basement dwellers. And this is why I labelled him at the start a PSL tard. I think this is what he is. And a big part of the reason he's male gaze is because he's got an overdeveloped body. Or you might call him a gym cell. Like, if you just look at the pictures of him, this is his physique. Since when did this physique become the standard and the go-to?
You see me here? So you don't see me right here? Like, I'm not that big, brother. Like, yeah, I'm big, but not to the extent where it looks fucking weird. Like, every kilogram of muscle that I've gained, I've gotten more attention from women.
Based on women's ideal and women's perspective. I thought we all figured out at least 5 years ago that this isn't...
How would you have figured it out? Do you fucking leave your house? How would this guy think he's figured it out? Wouldn't the person figuring it out be the one who actually lives life as a skinny person and then an intermediate physique and then an extremely jacked physique, and then they can judge how they get treated at each stage? I'm pretty sure that's the kind of person who would figure it out, not some fucking skinny fat ginger guy. Like, what?
The physique that women are looking for. This is way too much. It's way past a point of...
No, it's not. I can guarantee you it's fucking not.
Diminishing returns. But it seems him and his basement dweller following thinks this is all about the mog. Okay, fair enough, it might mog in terms of the male gaze, but certainly not the female gaze.
Dude, I'm just going to bring up my Looksmaxxing thread and like go through all the clips. Because I feel like all the clips where I get a bunch of women, no one ever sees these. They only clip the bad parts because people want drama. They don't want to see people succeeding, right? So the clips where
And you can see
things are going well, people don't even see it. So fuck it, I'll show it.
just how far gone he is with regard to his Looksmaxxing journey, not just in terms of what he's done to himself, but the videos he's churning out as well. Just 3 months ago, the importance of being unnatural. This goes completely against tradition.
Funny he ignored the well-rounded part. Yeah, sucks to be well-rounded, doesn't it? But yeah, obviously you want to be unnatural to some extent. That doesn't mean you want to appear to look like significantly unnatural. But also looking natural means you look fucking normal, which is also not a good thing. You don't want to blend in.
Traditional.
Like, you can't strawman me and say that me saying be unnatural means you should look like a fucking Bogdanov twin. I mean that you probably should do things to enhance your physiology beyond natural means.
Looksmaxxing wisdom, which is that it should be the very most important thing to appear natural, be attractive, and look like the naturally born premium Chad. If you look like you've had to fake it until you made it, women are going to pick up on that, and they're not going to find it attractive. It's even more clear in video, and I promise you more girls would like this guy's physique
What are you...
than this gym cell who's...
Dude, the other guy's bigger than me. Is this guy fucking, like, actually retarded? This guy have, like...
you made it.
Wait.
Women are going to pick up on that, and they're not going to find it attractive. It's even more clear in video, and I promise you...
This guy is more muscular than me and shorter. Is this guy retarded?
more girls would like this guy's physique than this gym
This guy's a fucking moron, bro. This is brutal as fuck.
cell who's clearly gone way too far. And you can tell where he's gone too far when you look at his Looksmaxxing journey.
Bro, this guy's never stepped in a gym in his fucking life. I know what he's about to say.
I'd say he reached the ideal right around here.
Bro, I was not even 70 fucking kilos here. I benched like 70 kilos here. And this guy has the audacity to say this was ideal? Dude, this is fucking scrawny. Do you go outside? Has this guy ever stepped into a gym in his life? This is literally scrawny. Like, take away the delt pump and everything, put this guy in a shirt. That's fucking scrawny. Is this guy joking?
This was the best for him, and I would say he started out with a transformation, because obviously this is subpar, this is too skinny, but then he started having a lot of an improvement. This is actually decent already.
How? How is this decent? This is literally still skinny. This is basically that with like fucking 1 inch more by deltoid, still like 12-inch arms. Like, is this a joke? This guy's never been around masculine men in his fucking life.
Ready, to be fair. But I'd say a little bit more muscle mass is required, and this is probably the optimal for him. Most girls will find this physique the most attractive out of these 5. But he only had to go too far, and it's why in these 2 photos...
Dude, I remember at this point I was getting called skinny by women. Actually, no, I was bigger than this and still getting called skinny by women. Like, pretty often. This is ridiculous.
This is where he was no longer transforming, and he started roid selling. And I promise you, he would get worse reactions from girls.
What do you mean you fucking promise? Like, who are you promising? I'm the one who fucking lives as myself, and I can tell you, the end result of what I am now gets far more attention than whatever I was back here. So who the fuck are you promising? Because you're a fucking skinny fat ginger little cunt.
Worse treatment.
That's an act, by the way. I don't give a fuck about it. I don't give a fuck about the shit.
Than if he just chilled out a bit and stuck at this normal looking physique. And it's very obvious to highlight this is the case because recently he has been doing a lot of approaches. And all I'm going to say is the reactions from the girls he's approached speak for themselves.
I just have to say, you're really pretty.
You owe me. Leon Edison.
Who the f*** is talking to you?
Just gonna do this real quick. Wait, no fucking Google account, fuck off. Be your channel.
My acting thing I say, clip.
Farm, and that I'm not actually a dickhead. And I suppose we'll see how it goes. So, if we...
Clip, it's funny. And everything I say, don't take it seriously, because people get like, they're like literally shocked. Apparently my acting was good. Right? Alright, ready? Hey, I just have to say, you're really pretty.
You owe me.
That sums it up. It's a fucking clip farm. Retard.
Who the f*** is talking to you? You're one of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my entire life.
This guy believed a clip farm. This guy's such a joke, bro.
You guys look absolutely disgusting. I'm not you look absolutely disgusting.
Hungry Jack's fried chicken saucy ribs. That's right, saucy chicken ribs. Big, thick, juicy, bone-in chicken, smothered in 3 delicious sauces. Saucy chicken ribs. Pure happy mess. Only at Hungry Jack's.
I don't even know though, bro. Like, I feel like you have to be pretty low IQ to take these clips seriously. Like, the acting is really not good, man.
What do you say?
Honestly, the way he's crashed out like this, his extreme overreaction to being labelled ugly by his girls, I think it highlights a deep insecurity that he has within himself.
Dude, I'm not attached to my looks at all. I don't give a fuck. That's how I just walked around tonight, not giving a shit the entire time. Obviously, it was an act. I mean, we'll get past this because this is all on the premise that this clip was real.
Because he knows he's gone too far.
No. The attention if you watch the stream on New Year's and the one prior to New Year's, like, it was pretty ridiculous, bro.
He knows that he's Looksmaxxed in the wrong direction. I'm pretty sure.
Definitely not.
He came out and said that he has been taking roids. And since this
Dude, what? Obviously.
amount of damage has been done, he's followed the male gaze too far. It has now cost him dearly. And I promise you, in this video, the underlying tone, he's not angry with the girls. I'm serious, he's not angry with the girls. Between the lines, he is actually angry with himself. Because he...
Look, I would agree. If this clip was real, it would imply that I'm angry with myself. I completely agree with that. So that's true. But obviously, the underlying premise is false because it was a clip farm. But yeah, if I were to react like that and I was being serious, 100% it would be a projection of inner hatred. 100%.
He knows the so-called Looksmaxxing that he's done has only hurt his chances rather than helped them. And this isn't the
And that's ridiculous.
only video where he's reacted this way. I've actually got loads of them. Take a watch.
I'm your biggest fan.
You promise?
Yeah.
Can you make sure we're mugging?
You are mugging.
I love Clav.
You love Clav? I'm a good boy.
This one
Dude, what the fuck was that cut, by the way? Dude, I fucking hate these kick clippers. Because the whole thing, oh my god. Oh, dude, fuck these kick clippers, honestly. I fucking hate them.
is just brutal, honestly.
How is it brutal, though? It's actually not a big deal. I didn't even react to it. What's brutal about it?
And I'm not surprised in the slightest, because Androgenic has a very uncanny face. He never was, and isn't still now, a naturally born premium Chad. He's never been this. But Clav is. Clav was born to be up here in this range. Androgenic wasn't. Which is why you can't Looksmaxx your way out of being a marginal looks guy. This is the truth. I thought we established in the BP community years ago that Chads are born, not made. This guy didn't get here because of Looksmaxxing. Neither Clav. They earn.
Dude, is he comparing my face here to, like, this guy? Is this, like, come on, this is a fucking joke. This is a fucking joke, bro.
Earn the premium check mark by being born premium, and that's reinforced in the reactions they get from women. Whereas dudes that were born to be marginal, such as Androgenic, women can sniff out his marginalness a mile off, and that's reinforced from his reactions from women. Never forget, it's marginal treatment for marginal looks, premium treatment for premium looks, and junk treatment for junk looks. I even mentioned this in one of my most popular videos 4 years ago I uploaded this, and this had 1 million views before YouTube decided to take it down for hate speech apparently, where it was more just truth speech rather than hate speech. But just look what I have to say in this video, and you will see how I predicted all of this 4 years ago. If you do just this one thing, observe women's behaviour around them, their body language, their emotions, then it becomes easy to tell which category you yourself or anybody else falls into. And in fact, I found this works so well that I can tell you which category a man falls into without even looking at his face. I can tell you if he is a normie, sub-5 or Chad, purely based on his interactions with women. I can watch day game approaches on YouTube, and even when their faces are blurred, I'll be able to tell you whether the man is attractive or not, based solely on the woman's reactions to
Hungry Jack's fried chicken saucy ribs. Pure happy mess. Only at Hungry Jack's.
武士道
Low tier back, you look at your mid-face, you ugly as you look absolutely disgusting. I'm serious.
These are the kind of reactions he gets, and people are supposed to believe he's a Chad. In fact, no one, not women.
Looksmaxxing, what's up? What are you guys doing?
We're trying to get out of the fucking heat. It's so fucking hot. I like use this. It's so humid here.
I wasn't allowed to dribble. Oh yeah, I don't think you know it.
Wait, you didn't break us. You didn't break us.
I said you guys are beautiful.
Yeah, you didn't break us. You didn't break us.
Yeah, I was. That's correct. Okay, what if we clip on right now? Call me ugly and I'll pretend to get really mad.
You're ugly. What the hell? You're ugly.
You're fucking low tier back. You look at your fucking mid-face. You're fucking ugly as fuck.
Another clip farm.
And not even his own audience
This retard believed.
believes he's a Chad. Just look at the comments he gets all the time. Dude, literally looking like this. And this one's hilarious. It's some ugly guy with the dream in his head thinking that he's a Chad. Uncanny, final boss. PSL 8, facial harmony 0. I guess the one good thing to come from all of this is that at least his audience knows that this type of Looksmaxxing, this PSL tard stuff, is not what you're supposed to do. His audience seems more intelligent than that, and they'd be much more likely to follow standard and
These guys aren't my audience. These guys are fucking random retards.
conventional Looksmaxxing advice that actually has a chance.
Like, dude, the kind of pathology that you need to like go out of your way and be like one of these guys saying this about me. It's like, dude, focus on yourself. I'm probably not even going to see this. Like, I didn't see the comments on this video. Like, what are you doing, brother?
Chance of getting
Lock the fuck in.
positive reactions from women. I've got more cons for Androgenic. The next con I have for him is that his Looksmaxxing has also made him high creep tax. All of this gym selling and male gaze maxing, women aren't attracted to him, they are actually finding him creepy.
Hey, you're pretty.
Brutal. And once more, the comments that he gets from his own audience affirm this. Low key.
Dude, I fucking, like, why do these clippers always take the worst parts? Like, I'm just gonna, I'll get a compilation of good ones right now. I'm fucking done with these copes, eh? These kid clippers, dude. Let's look at my latest fucking Looksmaxx thread, dude. I go here. Look at this shit.
This is what we said last time. You're pretty. You're pretty. What's your name? This is what we said last time. You met her last week, brother. Did I meet you last week?
I think so, maybe.
Saying maybe, you fucking know if you did. Look at the photo, you fuck. I'm not so much the eternal camp. You're a very smart fella. It's Richie. I thought you catch all the. Hey, where are you going?
I don't know, sugar?
Sugar? You come back? Maybe. You want to be part of my harem?
Sure.
Sure? Fuck yeah. Get my Instagram. Okay. I'll put you in primary. Wait.
Okay, let's go.
You met her last week. So good.
You look like someone from anime. Like,
thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Your style is. Did you know that?
So good.
You look so like your style is sick.
Thank you very much.
You look like someone from anime. Like,
thank you very much. I
anime.
appreciate it.
Like, literally. I don't know. I don't like.
Jojo?
No, I feel like I love anime, but I have nothing for it. But I watch Kenguru.
Understood. What do you guys do?
What do you do? I just clap up.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you look fake.
Fake? In a good bad way.
That's like a fake. No way. Yeah, literally.
Well, I'm a Looksmaxxing.
Looksmaxxing. I love that shit. I'm into that.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
what's this video of?
We're just streaming.
What's your name?
Androgenic.
Androgenic.
Like a little bit, I guess.
How many followers? Yeah, followers.
You did over 100k on TikTok.
You're so big. You're so pretty.
Thank you very much.
Can I give you a hug? You have a boyfriend. I'm not having friends with you.
Yeah, it's chill, right?
Can you interview us?
Yeah, sure.
Hi guys, it's my birthday tomorrow.
You want to be part of my harem? You want to be my wife? Alright. Okay.
Holy frick. What is that?
Get over it.
What is he freaking fucking just, yeah. Oh wait, what are you filming?
Get over it.
What is that? Hello.
He's jacked and he has a microphone on, so go.
Oh my god.
What's up, YouTube? How we going? Pretty good. What are we doing? I'm just recruiting for my harem. You guys want to be a part of my harem?
I don't care,
My harem.
I like your biceps.
My harem.
What the fuck is that?
Oh,
What's harem? You want to be one of my wives?
yes.
Yeah, she
Yes?
will be.
I mean, I can get him into sugar.
Are you kidding?
Biggest fan.
You promise?
Yeah. You love Clav?
Your new haircut though.
You or don't?
It's freaking Andrew. Roman.
Shouldn't really be in there, but yeah, not too bad. What are we even fucking doing? We're on this.
I'll be worried if this walked up to me. 28,000 likes. This one with him looking really creepy. 44,000 likes. True ogre. His own audience.
Who gives a shit? These guys are not real people. They're only doing this shit because of the clip. The clip was fucking painting me negatively. Like, who cares?
Doesn't take him seriously, and they know his looks is the problem.
Dude, these guys are not to be taken seriously. Like, what do you think these guys are doing with their lives, right? What do you actually think they're doing with their lives, bro? Who gives a fuck, bro? And holy fuck, I look moggy here. Zero copes, dude.
And that's why he gets these kind of reactions from women. So finally, getting to the last problem with him, basically all these things means that he is a Looksmaxx coper. He was born with marginal looks, and he is coping using Looksmaxxing in order to try and counteract that. But of course, this hasn't been working for him. And to show that, here's another clip for you.
Are you a Looksmaxxer?
Yeah.
Again, dude, this is just completely taken out of context. Like, this is the same.
You look fucking absolutely stuck.
Same girls are there. Like,
These girls aren't even taking him seriously. And honestly, this is how most mainstream people are starting to think. It's creators like this who are making this community look like the laughingstock of the world. Another clip for you. It's a similar vibe.
Yeah, more acting.
We have got to the point
Like,
where
dude.
literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
He is not him. He is not calling, not treating him
Bunch of copers, yep.
like the how much fake audience. That's you wins play God hymns. He's a negative thing to make tiny improvements, trying to become more attractive as a man. So guys, if you resonate with this, you know what's coming. The link will be in the description.
Cope. Holy fuck. Well, that retard believed all the clip farms, and he's a fucking moron. Yeah, dude, getting jacked makes you less attractive. Got it, buddy. Alrighty, whatever you say. Wheat Waffles was like walking up to girls, asking them to rate men. Fucking brutal. How's this dickhead saying you're an audience? Your own audience is on Kick. Exactly. These are just clippers getting paid by Kick to like fuck with me. Like, I don't care. I mean, it's free publicity. Not all publicity is good publicity, to be honest. But it still can be better than nothing. He used 4 out of 5 clips that were acted. Yeah, it's completely a joke. Self-face ratings. Dude, the idea of getting a rating from a man just never makes sense to me. Like, if you want to get rated, walk around and see how you get treated. Or, like, go on a fucking dating app and see how you get treated on there. That's literally your rating. That's the answer. Are you paying your clippers after stream? Yeah, I'll check the WOP pretty soon. It baffles me how people can't tell it's a skit. It's so obvious when the clips are staged. Bro, what I've learned is people will literally believe anything. People will believe anything, man. Absolutely anything. Sinan always catches people in his vids right before they go mainstream, just saying. Fuck yeah, that's a good sign. I actually did another pod with him yesterday, which will get uploaded soon. So that should be good shit. One of those clips is real though, yeah. Well, look, none of them were real in terms of my actual persona coming out. Like, I'm super emotionally non-reactive. I don't give a fuck if someone... I can have like a group of people all talking shit to me, calling me ugly. Doesn't bother me, because I know it's fucking cope. Right? But I can act cortisol spiked. Like, right now I can fucking completely pretend to rage at Wheat Waffles. Fuck Wheat Waffles, dude. I can't believe you dare say this about me. I fucking hate that scrawny little ugly fucking ginger cunt. But it's an act. I don't really give a fuck. You just played reactive. Exactly. I mean, look, the more you do psychedelics, the more you kind of see behind the curtain with all the different acts that you play. Like, how you act with your mum and dad versus how you act with a friend versus how you act with a girl you just met. You're putting on an act, but you're running it automatically. And so when you start to actually see and more consciously be aware of the acting rather than it just being subconscious, that's when you realize, fuck, I can just act as emotionally reactive or non-reactive as I want because people don't really affect me. Your whole persona is an act? Yeah. You become so used to it, it's subconscious. Yeah, I mean, like, dude, at the end of the day, man, I know I'm Mog. And like, my status, money, everything's in fucking good nick. And I know when I'm not getting hate, I get surrounded by bitches. So if I start getting a viral clip for me doing something bad and people start calling me ugly, like, I know it's fucking cope, right? I know that it's because they saw the clip and they just want to insult me. Maybe I should try psychedelics. Well, they're literally the only way to cure being a fucking abused dog. Genuinely. Because I'm not going to lie, it was like pretty brutal going throughout primary school and high school being like really scrawny, fucking ugly, literally being treated like a joke, right? And literally never getting any respect from women. Every girl I ever liked showed no respect to me, liked other men. That is pretty brutal for a man's subconscious to experience, right? That really shapes you negatively. And the only way you can really get over that stuff is psychedelics, in my opinion. Like you said, bro, the Valley Walk test, prior to blowing up, you would have passed that test. Yeah, man. I mean, look, I've been doing the Valley test for years. Like, I know I fucking Mog. And the first few streams before I started getting hate, dude, it was literally set in stone. And look, for the time being, while things are getting heated, I'm planning on getting a rhinoplasty and hair transplant coming up in Thailand, hopefully within a couple of weeks. And we're starting off 2026, reaching a new prime. We're going to be mogging in Thailand, doing some streams there. Things are going to be looking very fucking Mog. And then we're going to be coming back in March. I think Connor Sinnen might be coming in Australia in March. That'd be a cool collab. And then later in the year, I obviously want to do another USA trip. If Collab's free, I'll meet up with him. Should be good shit. Yeah, I'm getting a rhinoplasty in Thailand. Fuck it. You know, I've always had a fixation of rhinoplasty. Like I used to really need it, right? Like my before pics, my nose looked even bigger than it was now because the rest of my face was less grown. And now I don't really give a shit, but look, it's not even tied to my identity. Like, I like my nose, to be honest. I like how it looks, but I know that objectively it could be better. So I'm not attached to my looks on an identity type basis. It's just a currency to me. Like, looks are a currency. It's like you open your bank account's loaded, fuck yeah. But you don't identify with your bank account, you know? That's how I see it. I see looks as the same way. I look in the mirror and I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of me, but not really. It's kind of just a currency. It's a currency for how I get treated by the external world based on how I look. And so look, just up the currency at all costs. Who gives a fuck? So you're saying you're personality maxing. Yeah. Well, definitely, I'm optimizing everything, man. So I'm optimizing my physiology and my psychology 100%. Like, what I think about now is I feel like I've cured I've cured a decent amount of my trauma. Like, I have started to realize, though, like, it's kind of Dunning-Kruger tale. Like, you realize how hard it is to actually fix trauma. And I think I've made a lot of progress, but I'm obviously not 100% there. But I've gone further than 99% of people, for sure. And I'm at the point where, look, I'll never disrespect someone for no reason, ever. I'm always respectful. I don't let people's words get to me at all. I'm actually very secure in myself. Everything that I do as a quote-unquote looksmaxer, I try and optimize everything. So it's not just looksmaxing, right? I think you should optimize absolutely everything about your life. You know, looks, longevity, health, status, money, brain, all that stuff. And so, yeah, I'm a looksmaxer, but I'm only doing that because looks are a currency, not because I'm that attached to looks as an identity. So you're playing a villain character for content. Look, for a couple streams that really broke through with a lot of polarity and controversy. And now the idea is to completely 180 my persona into an extremely emotionally non-reactive person so that people start to think, what the fuck? How did this guy switch up so hard? Because realistically speaking, if that was actually not an act, like when I was crashing out, it would be way too hard for me to actually handle myself being extremely emotionally non-reactive. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it, right? So people would probably get confused by that. Voice frauding, dude, I'm speaking normally. Like, obviously I sound higher pitched when I'm in public on a different microphone, but dude, everyone does. Like, have you actually compared speaking like close to a mic like this versus like how you sound out in public? It is just way different. I think it's kind of poetic how your nose is the one thing that's remained after all these years. Yeah, well, I think the fact that I never got rhinoplasty is probably like the most obvious proof of me not getting surgery, because I was so fixated on rhinoplasty all these years. I was like, if I'm getting a surgery, it's fucking rhino, right? Like, I remember my OG forum post on it, dude. I was like, yeah, I'm getting rhino at all costs. Fuck this shit. And for a while I was like, nah, I don't need it anymore. But now I'm like, I could, you know, because it's got multiple benefits. It's probably better for my platform as well, realistically, if I frame it correctly. You height mog, do you dick mog? No homo. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man, the dick's looking pretty good. Like, I haven't even been using it that often because my sex drive's pretty fucking low. But and I just don't give a fuck anymore, man. But we're looking at about right now, honestly, it's actually a little bit smaller now. I'm not gonna lie, my dick's kind of shrunk a little bit. It's like 7.6 by 5.5. The girl was like 5.7 at peak, but dude, I've like just barely been getting bonus. You want a long-term girlfriend? Eventually, man, but not really in the West. That's why, like, I can walk around, right, and get hated by a bunch of women. Hey, guess what? I don't give a fuck. Because if I wanted to slay, if I wanted to have a bitch in that bed, I could do it within like 30 minutes, right? So if I want to get pussy, I can get pussy. And if I want a long-term relationship, I wouldn't even be in this fucking country. So that's why I don't give a fuck about random women hating on me. Because really, dude, realistically, if you're looking for a woman in the West, what the fuck are you doing? Right? That's the way I look at it. So this place is a circus. I walk around Fortitude Valley and I'm just looking into the circus. Do I want to be there? Not really. I'm just filming and like, I'm just doing it for like, to show how emotionally non-reactive and how little I give a fuck that I actually am. But yeah, so I just walk around and just look at the circus. I look at all the lost souls, all the women who will eventually, you know, be wifed up, and I just laugh at it all. And obviously, I'm self-aware about the character that I play. Like, I'm completely self-aware that I look like a complete dickhead walking around with a camera, and I look like I really care about my looks. Like, I can tell that people would look at me and think I'm an egotistical dickhead completely. And to some extent, they are kind of right, because I don't have the best opinions of a lot of these people. But at the end of the day, they are kind of projecting their own feelings of insecurity onto me, because it doesn't really come from a place of ego for me. I'm just very dedicated to my platform. Never settle for one woman, always have side hoes. Well, dude, that's the thing, man. So like my streams on New Year's and the one before, I was just going up, like asking them to recruit to my harem. Do you want to be a part of my harem? Do you want to be one of my wives? And a lot of these women are saying yes, right? And like, obviously I acknowledge it's kind of performative. Like, we're not really being that serious about it. But like, still, you know, they're still saying yes. So I feel like a lot of girls, you know, I feel like you can have a harem if you mog. If you have height, money, status, everything, you're basically mogging. You got advice for niggas that mog PSL, but when they whip it out, it's 4 inches. Well, man, look, if you want length, shopping bag hanging is not a bad strategy, right? I remember telling Clav about it. I found that on Thunder's place years ago. I never really did it because length was never a big issue for me. I was more focused on girth because I started off at like 5 girth. And so I mainly just focused on pumping. But yeah, hanging and pumping. So hanging for length, pumping for girth. That's basically the best you can get. If you have it all, you can. If you want, is the question. That's the thing, man. Like, dude, you've really got to understand women just become such a side quest when you're really involved in your platform and everything that I'm doing. Dude, I don't give a fuck about women, bro. They're such a side thing. You actually got a good hairline? Bro, this isn't real. This is like a reverse engineered hairline. It's not real. Men are so overrated. To an extent, man. Look, you always overrate what you don't currently have, right? So I understand it, man, because I experienced it for years. My main focus, I'd wake up and I'd think, I need to be better looking and I need to get more women. That's what I'd wake up and think on a daily basis, essentially. It's like, what are you waking up really striving for? Because most of these guys, they don't have jobs that they're fucking really adoring, right? They're just making it day by day with a job, maybe going to the gym. What are you really trying to improve on a daily basis? It's usually like getting better looking, mogging harder, getting more fucking bitches, right? And so that was how I was for years, man, especially through my upbringing, getting absolutely no women. Like I was obviously, I felt like I had to overcompensate for a little bit. And so I probably did throughout 2023 and 2024. That's when I sort of like tried to rack up some slays. And now I'm at the point where I don't give a fuck. Like most girls that I've brought over recently, I haven't even fucked. I've literally just like, they just stay here and I'm on my computer doing shit. Before then, bro, well, man, what's anything for? You know, fuck a woman, you fucking ejaculate and then you're not interested anymore. Everything is fleeting, ultimately. And I'm not saying that women aren't going to have a place in my life in the future, but I'm saying they're certainly not a big focus right now. It's impossible for everyone to make it out of wage slaving just systematically. 100%, man. And that's why the thing is, though, most people are born to be losers and to be crushed on. And that's why I don't care about getting hate, because if you think about everything in terms of like a big spectrum, if you're viewing things really zoomed out, you're going to have like the bottom 20, 30% of men, they're going to get stomped on, trotted on. They're always in bad jobs. They don't look good. And they're going to project that self-hatred onto the world by like putting a bad candidate of me in a TikTok comment section. That's how they can sort of feel like they have a contribution to their life. It makes them feel better. And so when you really start to emotionally internalize that, right, on an emotional level, you can't really take haters seriously, because these are the guys that are getting downtrodden on. So, you know, as Hamza said, the guy making hate comments got raped by his uncle, which is kind of a funny, extreme way of putting it. Hey, Andrew, I love you. You're an amazing guy. Appreciate that, brother. Love you too. Can you talk about semen retention? I'm not really too informed on it, to be honest. Reason I've never bought fully into the Looksmaxxing is I've seen too many put together men who are probably objectively sixes have short and long-term relationships with 7, 8s and not just for money. I mean, dude, this doesn't mean that looks don't matter. I mean, the thing is, looks aren't everything and they're not nothing. Looks are a part of the pie chart in attractiveness and overall life quality. And so based on that, the logical conclusion is to improve it. Like, I would be irrational in saying that you should only prioritize looks and then disregard everything else, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should optimize everything. And so you can't really disregard looks if you know that they play a part. There are studies on, like, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that being better looking will give you more options. It doesn't mean that an ugly guy can't slay, right? If an ugly guy plays his cards right in other aspects, he can slay, but he would have done better if he was better looking. I'm the green polo guy from tonight, BTW. Fuck yeah, man. It was good to see you. Andrew, you're an amazing human being who spread love and positivity to the world. Fuck yeah, man. That's basically what I'm trying to do. Like, if everyone lived like me, it would be an interesting world. I mean, to be honest, it wouldn't really be that functional. But I'm saying if everyone just did their own thing, was individualistic, didn't give a fuck about hating on other people, and just look the fuck in, focus on yourself, ignore the haters. Dude, the world would be an interesting place, I'm not going to lie, because not many people are like me. Not many people can actually internalize that shit. See you next week, Andrew at the Valley. Fuck yeah. I've just seen some very average guys, 5s or 6s with the charisma pill destroy 7s, 8s and looks. Yeah, that's definitely possible, but no one said that charisma doesn't matter. So as I've said, the better looking you are, the more results you get. The more charismatic you are, the more results you get. So I'm not exactly following the logic here. Like, are you trying to say that looks don't matter, or they do? Because we we kind of know looks matter to an extent. The argument is just to what extent exactly. But regardless, you know that you should improve them because they do play some part, right? At a minimum. You probably can't improve charisma as easily. Yeah, man, charisma, I mean, charisma's probably difficult a little bit. I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying looks matter, but I think it's just to what extent. Yeah, it is to what extent. I mean, look, recently I plugged this into every good AI model, and they all came out with saying face is number one, height is number two, and then like status, money, physique, personality after that. So even AIs are fucking locked in. AI models know that face is number one, right? So it's pretty funny. The whole black pill thing is like everyone's hiding this elusive truth. Like, no, dude, AI models know this. You ask fucking ChatGPT, it'll tell you that face is number one, then height, then all the fucking, it'll tell you. Looks is 80 to 90%. Nah, that's extreme. Definitely not 80 to 90. True SS commander. AI just bases opinions off of all the human opinions on the internet, though. Well, I mean, it bases it on a lot of things. It bases it on studies as well. Like, look, the thing is, it bases things on way more than what we base things on. We're a lot more biased than AI. Drop the Discord link. I don't know, does the Discord link in chat work? Androgenic, I'm a big fan. Do you think Bone Smashing is good? Yeah, Bone Smashing's fucking good, dude. I did Bone Smashing before I went out around here. So if I had Zygo implants, dude, that would not be too good right now. ChatGPT can reason well. It's not like it's just taking information off the internet only. Yeah, exactly. It has good reasoning. Instead of people worrying about what matters more, just max out everything, looks, money, status. Here's the thing, right? Imagine putting energy into rating these attributes when that energy could have been put into just improving all of them. That's why it's not really that much worth talking about, because it's like, look, we know these as all these traits are part of the pie chart in attractiveness and life quality. You can argue about the percentage of each one, or you can just try and improve all of them. What's your favorite club, Andrew? Probably the Met, but it's not too good to stream in. Don't know if you've answered this, but are you playing on any hard max? Funny you ask, because as I just said on stream, I'm planning a rhinoplasty and hair transplant in Thailand in a couple weeks. Why does the Looksmaxxing community dislike facial hair? Look at someone like George Clooney or John Hamm, a little scruff from the enhanced jawline. It depends a lot on, you know, who you're trying to appeal to and stuff, and just how it looks on you. Because some people suit a nice stubble, some people suit a beard. I think I definitely suit clean shaven personally. Your hairline is solid. It's not real, bro. This is a reverse engineered hairline right now. Clip's not being paid allegations on Discord. I'll sort out the WAP soon, brother. Probably gotta, I mean, it's a 1K campaign. Everyone will get paid out. How long do you plan on streaming today? I'm not too sure. Probably not a huge stream. Neck circumference, 17 inches. I was the guy who shadowboxed you the other night. What's up? Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, hairline's frauded, bro. It's literally not fucking real. Reverse engineered hairline, mate. What do you think? I don't give a fuck. You should buy wigs, bro. You'll mug with any hairstyle. I could just slap a wig on, and obviously people would know it's a wig, though, because I'm fucking famous. That's the issue, but it's kind of whatever. Like, if you own it, what are people going to say? Oh, you're wearing a wig. Yeah. It mogs. They can't really say shit. You're going to stream every Saturday at the Valley. I mean, we'll see, because I plan on going overseas pretty soon. Can you say I'm not fucking AI? I'm not fucking AI. Who cares? Wear a wig. Chuck on a fucking wig, dude. Chuck on like an ideal fucking super dense, nice ass fucking wig. I could try it out, dude. I don't really give a fuck. I'll try out a fucking sick ass wig. That'd be funny. When are you going overseas? Hopefully in a couple of weeks. I'm planning all my surgeries right now. Should be good. Sleep apnea? Nah, no problems there, luckily. Any fight stories from school? Dude, I've always avoided fights, man. Even as a bouncer, I didn't really get into too many altercations. Like, I broke up fights and everything, and I had some verbal confrontations, but I've never really been in a serious fight. I've never really deemed it worth it. Ultimately, dude, getting a fight is not cool. Getting in a fight is not fucking cool, and you don't have anything to gain, right? Getting in a fight is a test of ego, fragility. It's a waste of fucking time, man. It's not logical at all. Like, if you're cool, calm, collected, and calculated, obviously you're going to realize fighting is a fucking waste of time. Will you do the dance of the pants? Maybe eventually. Will you be Valley 31st? Oof, man, not sure. I might be gone by then. Why do you not have a sub button? I'm trying to drop 50 subs. Fuck, bro. I need to get that sorted out ASAP, yeah. You'll avoid fights if you have your wits about you 99% of the time. Exactly, man. The thing with me is I'm always calculated. My prefrontal cortex is locked in. I'm not an impulsive person whatsoever. Even like on test, people say, tests, like the way steroids work is they can weaken executive function and make you more impulsive. It's never worked on me. But I've always been very calculated and non-impulsive. You going IRL? I already went IRL, bro. I was IRL for 3 hours a little bit before. I was trying to gift. Fuck, man. I'll try set that shit up, man. Fights are badass if you win. They are, bro. But I mean, the risk to reward is so bad because, I mean, if you start a fight, then you're fucked. Like, you get an assault charge instantly, which is obviously not worth it. And if they start the fight, then that puts you at risk. So, what did you do before streaming? Well, before my platform as a whole, before like starting TikTok and everything, I was a bouncer. So I was just doing security in nightclubs. Did that for about 1.5 years. If you lose a fight, it's complete negative aura. Oh, for sure. But even if you win a fight, man, it's tough. In a lot of situations, you're going to get fucked over, especially in Australia. Yeah, I missed the IRL, bro. It wasn't that good, honestly. I wasn't really enjoying myself. Like, I went out just because I knew that I had to fucking, like, go through all the haters and just not react to them. That's the only reason I went out. I knew it was going to be brutal. The whole point was I was just putting on a performance, acting the entire stream in real life, like acting as a person who's extremely emotionally non-reactive. Like, I was just out of it. Who gives a shit? It was a mid-IRL. Yeah. I just fucking had to. I was like, dude, it's like a bitch move if I don't IRL stream tonight. So, I mean, realistically, the Valley is kind of a fucking circus, bro. It's a circus of lost souls. Rather collab with Clav, Kent, or Sick Cunt. I don't know who Sick Cunt is, but out of Clav and Kent, I mean, I already collab with Kent all the time. So suppose, Clav or Kent, love both of them. Orbital implants. I haven't looked into them too much. I'm not really a huge fan personally of implants because I don't really want to get punched with like metal in my face. I want to be able to bone smash and shit. And I think there's a bit of risk with those kind of implants, and it takes a lot of planning, designing implants. I can't be fucked with that shit. I think in general, they can have merit for some people who have like really fucked up infras. IRL next time and I'll ask questions to strangers like, do you find me attractive? Fuck, man, that is going to be so cringe. I'll get brutalized if I do that shit nowadays. Like, I gotta wait till I'm less infamous in Brisbane. Because right now I'm just going around knowing that I'm fucking infamous. I walk around and I'm like, yeah, I know you cunts know me. And I know you know me for the fucking wrong reasons and I don't give a fuck. That's my mindset. Everyone knows who Androgenic is. For good or for bad. Buzzcut doesn't really fit you. Oh yeah, it looks like shit. I don't give a fuck, but I'm just investing in my looks. Like, looks or whatever, bro. I can already slay if I want. I'm not going to get a fucking long-term relationship in the West. So what am I really doing this shit for? Like, who cares? My hair will grow back. Cringe content, survival content. I've learnt that, man. Buzzcut looks tough. Appreciate it, brother. Really about Clav's Bimax. Man, when is he getting that shit? He keeps delaying it. But, I mean, I'm curious to see how it'll look for sure. Bimax is a very ambitious surgery to get, especially in his case. Go Gold Coast for streams? Yeah, I'm down to do that. I could do that. I would consider training and doing a boxing match. Box HS? Bro, I don't think I'm popular enough to box HS, and he would also beat the fuck out of me. Like, dude, I don't have any ego regarding fighting. Like, I think I could probably beat maybe 90% of people to fight, because I'm big and I have like the basics down. But I know, dude, if you've done a fighting sport for at least a year, dude, you'll kick my ass. I don't have an ego about that. I can admit that freely. And it doesn't really matter to me because I'm just not really that into fighting. I avoid them because they're like pretty low IQ. They're just low ROI. It's a low ROI activity. Like, could I get good at a fighting sport if I wanted to? Yeah, of course. I've got the time, I've got the patience, I've got the neuroplasticity to become a very good fighter, but it's just not really on my agenda. Maybe in the future, but not for 2026. He's not laughing. Clav isn't laughing about the surgery. He actually isn't laughing about it. He paid ages ago. But he's probably, I mean, realistically in Clav's position, it's probably like, imagine being Clav, right? He's blown up. His fucking appeal and everything now, including his status and money, it's fucking like almost infinite. So he's thinking, fuck, like I've already paid for the surgery. Now I'm going to have to go and like fuck up my streaming. And I already mog. It's like, he probably just wants a refund at this point, right? Like he probably doesn't even care about the surgery anymore. This is kind of understandable. But I think he will still get it, but he's kind of postponing it. When you go to Miami, I'm not exactly sure yet because I want to go to Thailand first and get surgery. Then I probably want to come back to Brisbane for a little bit, and then maybe Miami more like mid-year, or at least in a few months. It's not worth changing how he looks now, or it's like him for who he is. Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, look, I think I see the ambition, and I think it could work out, but I can definitely see why he's at a stage now where he's like, fuck, man. Like, if I do the surgery, I might lose momentum, which is fair enough. What surgery do you want to get? I want to get rhinoplasty and hair transplant. And honestly, I was thinking, I was running this through AI to see the best strategy to go about this, but I was also maybe thinking about getting voice deepening surgery, just because like, right now this is my actual voice, but it sounds more kind of average pitch in real life when I'm projecting it further. And I'm just thinking, imagine I literally got like a fucking ultra deep voice. Like this now, imagine I got like 10 hertz lower. That would be fucking, like, obviously that would be overkill, but it would be pretty fucking moggo, right? Like, imagine meeting someone, they're like, ultra deep voice. What's up? My name's Androgenic. Like, fucking Darth Vader tier. That'd be kind of mog, right? By doing voice maxing. One thing you can do is like look up and like say like bing bong ding dong king kong. That's like fucking how you do it. You do that sound while like stretching your fucking larynx. Maybe it gets a little bit lower. Fucking clip that. Holy Andy. Clip that shit, dude. Bing bong king kong fucking pill. Did you see the comments? Fuck yeah. Do you think blocking out all the external noise is the key to ascension? Yeah, 100%. Like my entire ascension, man. I mean, to be fair, it was a very gradual process for me. Like at the start, I was like, oh, dude, I don't know if I dye my eyebrows, people will like notice and like it's like, dude, who gives a fuck, bro? Who gives a shit? I just did everything in my power to change. And now I don't give a fuck about external noise whatsoever. Like, I can walk around an entire fucking city of people who despise me because of some out of context clips, and I can genuinely not give a fuck and do a 3-hour stream in that fucking scenario. How many people can do that? Are you happy, bro, or has Blackpill made you sad? Oh, I'm pretty fucking happy, man. Everything's going really well for me. Like, I'm super locked in. 2026. All my looks, my platform, that's all I care about. Don't give a fuck about slaying right now. Don't really give a fuck about like the fucking coping haters. They're the bottom part of the funnel, you know what I mean? They're to be ignored. How you finding this desktop stream compared to the IRL tonight? I'm preferring the desktop stream, dude. I didn't really want to be out there. I was out there just to put on a performance, like I said. Would you rather have a 9 out of 10 face, it'd be 5'7", or 4 out of 10 face, it'd be 6'2"? Dude, I can't answer because like thinking about that literally spikes my cortisol and glutamate, dude. That's fucked. People don't despise you, lol. So most people don't, but there will be some people who will like see a clip out of context with a fucked up title from a kick clipper and then hate the version of me that they're seeing, which is an act. So they're hating a version of me that doesn't exist. Right? Lady boy stream in Thailand. Maybe if I buy some trend for the pharmacy, maybe. You can upload the wheat waffles segment to YT. I will, or I might just redo it, to be honest. I could redo it afterwards. I'll figure it out. You made your eyebrows more dense, they're tinted. They're tinted and denser, so it's both. Too many normies don't understand what's going on with your clips. They need IQ max. Yeah, man, I've definitely learnt over the past couple of weeks, people will genuinely believe anything. So I can use that in my favor, obviously, because I realize how easy it is to portray a narrative to the average normie. These guys are so fucking retarded. Like, obviously it was an act, right? We were all such bad actors and they still believed it. So it's like, to what extent will these guys really believe shit? I can just put on any fucking act I want. Do you work out your neck? Yeah, a little bit, occasionally. Is Ken still USA? No, he's back now. So I was just messaging someone real quick. 0.5 method for nudes, good. Dude, for nudes, you've got to get your abs in it. That's the question. You got to get if you have a good set of abs, you're good to go. What do you reckon of the Asian guy in the gym trying to press you? Just a complete dickhead, man. Like, I don't know why people have such bad energy. Right? Like, people like that, especially when they're like 40 or 50, bro, it's like, you're 40 or 50 and you still haven't managed to not hate yourself after all these years? That's brutal, man. That's fucking brutal. You're 3/4 mogs? Cheers, man. Wild captions. The latest high-ranked Chad picks up girls in front of her boyfriend. It's ridiculous, man. You know Austin Wayne? Yeah, I saw his video. I briefly responded. I don't think he's a bad guy, but he's so out of context shit. But he's smart enough to at least change his opinion. Like, a lot of people have such cognitive dissonance. If they make up their mind about someone, if they create an emotion about a clip that they've seen of me, and they're like, this guy's a dickhead, then they have too much cognitive dissonance to ever really repair that emotion. So they'll see another clip like proving that it was all an act, and they'll still be like, you know what? Nah, I don't like, fuck this guy for like trying to fool us. Like, what a dickhead, you know? So those people, it's like, whatever, I don't give a shit. You're a fucking loser. What's the beef with that one short black dude? There is none. I have nothing against him. "16-inch bidolars at 6'6" or 24-inch at 5'7". I'd go 16-inch bidol at 6'6" because, you know, height is still more important than frame, even though it would be brutal. You do a gym stream with Kent? Yeah, I could. I don't think a gym stream would be that entertaining, to be honest. I think it'd be kind of cringe. So, I guess we'll see. When did you decide to get Rhino? Well, I decided to get Rhino when my belief system just kind of changed. I stopped being content or complacent. Like, I know I'm in a good position, but 2026, I just want to fucking do shit, you know? So I already proved on the streams, New Year's and prior, that I can get a lot of bitches, right? So I've already proved that if you fucking bone smash, blast a bunch of tests, get jacked, yeah, you can go from a loser to a mogger. And so since I've proved that now I can take it to the next step and get surgery and reach an entire new level of moggery. But it won't discredit the transformation that I've had previously. Thoughts on Diamond Gym? Fucking cringe, bro. You still dick max? Nah, not really. I can't be fucked because I don't have a sex drive, so I can't really be bothered anymore that much. Very infrequently. You bone smash Ramus? Nah. Bone smash. Recommend bone smashing in for as an agent? Yeah, I do. 100%. If you lack in those areas, for sure. 24-hour stream with Cyrus. Why do I have a sex drive? Mainly really low fat. I eat like zero fucking fat at all. And I've noticed there was one time I ate a big fucking meal of Nando's with a fuck ton of omega-6 and saturated fat. Within 5 hours, boom, sex drive back, full action. Which was fucking bizarre. So, yeah, really low fat will kill your sex drive no matter what you're on. I'm dead serious. And so will high estrogen. But I'm not high estrogen anymore. High estrogen plus low fat? Holy shit, dude. I wouldn't even get it up to Madison Beer. No erections can shrink your dick. Yeah, I agree. My dick is literally shrunk. My dick peak girth was like 5.7 mid shaft. Now it's like 5.5, bro. It's literally shrunk. Fucking brutal, I guess. Use opioids? Nah, fuck opioids. What do you think your biggest flaw is facially? Nose. Yeah. Nose is just too big, kind of throws off my harmony. What does pussy taste like? Tastes like armpit, bro. You mod, bro? Appreciate it, man. Do a party stream in which you approach girls? Well, bro, dude, honestly, I'm not really willing to go to a party right now. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on whose party would be. But in general, I'm kind of playing it easy in Brisbane for the next month or so. Being lean is a natural, so fucking dog shit, I have no energy. Yeah, fuck that shit, man. You only live once, man. You really gonna live, like, without test? Best drugs are synergize with pre-gap. Well, mate, you gotta be careful what you're asking here, because I personally think psychedelics are the key to mental ascension. And, like, you can laugh all you want at me saying something like that, but at the end of the day, what have I achieved? I've completely managed to transform my looks, go from like an abused dog who was like, I used to be scared to even tell my friends that I had a crush on a girl. I would literally just lie and say like, nah, I don't like anyone. Because I was that fucking embarrassed and ashamed to even, for people to believe that I had interest in another woman, right? And now I'm at the point where I can kind of just approach and not give a fuck and not really think about it. It's not a big deal. And that's pretty fucking impressive. And overall, I can just walk around, get a bunch of hate, based on all the clips being taken out of context, still not give a fuck. Because I know, look, my money's up this week. Everyone knows who the fuck Androgenic is. I'm looking in the future. I can just fucking change country. I don't give a shit. So psychedelics give you that kind of mindset to really zoom out and not have your ego get in the way, thinking like, oh, fuck, what am I doing? Getting all this hate. Thousands of people calling me ugly. Yeah, thousands of random subhumans who hate their lives are pretending to think that I'm ugly because they saw a clip of me that caused negative emotion. Do I give a shit? No. So psychedelics teach you to emotionally internalize these things. So that's my answer. Take psychedelics with pregabalin, buddy. What would you move to? Well, look, I want to go to Thailand for a bit for surgery and just fuck around there. Never been. I want to see the Eastern culture. That'd be cool. Then I want to go to USA, check out LA and Miami. Check out the USA once again. And then, I checked out Budapest and Romania. I don't think I'm going to go back there until I'm like older. That was like just to briefly check it out. But I'm kind of thinking when I want a long-term relationship, that's when I go there in like my 30s or something. Fuck some ladyboys. Like I said, man, if I get trend from the pharmacy, we'll see. At party streams with Mog. Yeah, they could do. Trainwreck fucked a dude because he thought it was a girl. Oh, brutal shit, man. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably not going to slay in Thailand. Like I said, I'm not really into Asian girls, especially like Thai girls. Just not really attracted to them. I just go there to fuck around, just have a chill time, relax. Like I said, dude, I don't really care about slaying. Like I said, I could have a girl in my bed in 30 minutes, but do I want to do that? No, I'd rather stream. What can I take to eliminate social anxiety? Psychedelics. Nothing will beat psychedelics long term for social anxiety. Because social anxiety is mainly an ego thing. Right? Like if you have a hierarchy of fears, you've got like fear of approaching women, fear of getting into a fight, fear of like the fucking cops. The thing is, when your ego is overactive, your default mode network's overactive, you have like fear of approaching women at like a similar level as like getting into a fight and shit. So if you take a bunch of drugs or like take a bunch of alcohol, that just lowers your fucking your impulse control, your prefrontal cortex, your overall inhibitions, then you're probably going to get to the point where you're getting into a fight and doing dumb shit before you even get to the point of approaching. And so what you have to do is you can't just reduce inhibitions because then you'll just do dumb shit. So you got to change the order of your fears in the hierarchy. So you need approaching women to just simply not be scary anymore. Right? And then you have all the scary shit like getting into a fight, that's below. So then boom, you go out, you can easily approach. You don't even need to be impulsive about it. And then you're still not going to do any dumb shit. So yeah, I would say you need to modulate your ego more than just overall inhibitions. What age did you become unnatural? Nearly 19. That's when I hopped on like MK and shit. I hopped on test when I was like a bit over 19. Approaching women isn't scary anyways. That's good if you think that, because most men are terrified of it. And I was, for a long time. You gotta check out South America, go back? Interesting. Well, tell me more. What do you think about South America? The issue is I would be worried about just like the overall safety, crime and everything. Who convinced you to take LSD? Was it Terrence Howard? Not sure who Terrence Howard is, but I've been fascinated by psychedelics for years, and I always thought that they were going to be the key to my mental ascension. Even like, back in 2019, dude, I could just never get my hands on LSD. I'm like, dude, I need to try this drug. Like, it'll change my life. I know it will. And so for years, I was in purgatory, living like an insecure fucking incel hermit, just going to the gym, doing nothing else. Like all throughout 2021, I got a girlfriend late 2021, blah, blah, blah. But ultimately, I was like an insecure fucking hermit, living in a complete bubble for most of my years ascending. And if I would have gotten on psychedelics earlier, my life would have changed for the better so much fucking quicker. But yeah, once I got my hands on psychedelics, that's when things really ramped up. And I really stopped giving a fuck. I'm like the least insecure person you could find. And obviously people would think that's absurd for me to say because they're projecting onto me. They don't understand my psychology at all. Shrooms are incredible, 100%. Shrooms are very fucking mog. I honestly don't notice that huge of a difference between LSD and mushrooms. Like some people say they're vastly different. They sort of blend for me. Do you regret anything about changing your appearance? Absolutely nothing. I can't really think of anything. How to use LSD long term? Dude, I mean, you can sustainably use it once per week. It's very good for the brain. It increases neuroplasticity. It's not toxic at all for the brain or body. And yeah, it causes like hippocampal neurogenesis and then dendritic spine growth, synaptogenesis. It's extremely fucking mob for the brain. So just take that weekly, probably with a little bit of pre-gabs. You don't have a bad trip and you're good to go. South America is not as unsafe as the media made out to be. If you're in the tourist areas, it's very safe. There are huge industries for these countries. Colombian and Brazilian chicks are some of the most attractive and feminine chicks you'll find. Just need to find real ones outside of tier 1 cities, not paid prosies. Interesting. I might check it out at some point. Who knows, eh? When did you lose your virginity? I lost it at 19, nearly 20. And it was like an awful story. I don't want to go into it, to be honest. So bad. How much is the hair transplant rhino? Look, it's going to be around like 10k AUD. So like literally fuck all, man. The main investment, I don't give a shit about the money. It's the fact that I can't train for like 4 weeks. That's fucking brutal, man. Did your dick change after steroids? I'm not sure because I've also pumped over the years. So it's like, I can't really tell what made my dick bigger, the pumping or the test. But I would say overall, not really. I would say, you know, based on what I think probably made the difference, I would say test didn't really make a big difference. Rhino's kind of scary in Thailand. Well, it all depends on the surgeon. So I'm consulting with like one of the best surgeons and running him through the exact process that I want him to take in order to change my nose. Because obviously a lot of the rhino surgeons in Thailand, they're used to operating on like Asian noses, which are very different from mine. Not familiar with the LSJL stuff. Dick 7 inches, good on ya. Penis extender? Nah, I'm happy with my length. I don't really give a shit. My like 7.6, my breast. Hairline looks good. Nah, it's not real. It's a reverse engineered hairline right now, brother. Zeus was gonna get rhino in Thailand. Yeah, dude, that's fucking interesting, hey. Well, look, maybe I'll never leave Thailand, hey? Maybe I'll end up like Ziz. Why not go to Turkey? Dude, I can't be fucked with the flight, man, honestly. Like, long flights kill me. I literally don't know if I have it in me. I don't want to go to the fucking Europe again, dude. I'd rather just go to Thailand. Make an X account? Yeah, I should get around to that. How much daily water? Probably like 5 liters or some shit. It's a shit ton if I go to the gym, man. I can drink like 3-4 liters in a gym session. Take a sleeping tablet and knock out. Dude, I've tried and it just doesn't fucking work, man. If you're in economy, fucking sitting up straight, you're fucked. Like, it took a lot for me to get to sleep, and the sleep is very low quality. You on the spectrum? Well, I got tested as a kid when I was like 5 or 6, and I tested negative for autism. So, look, they apparently said I'm not. I'm obviously neurodivergent in certain ways, but I don't think I'm socially inept at all. I mean, acting in a way that's like charismatic is fairly easy in my opinion. It comes pretty naturally. But obviously a lot of my beliefs and ambitions are neurodivergent. They do diverge from the average, but that's not a bad thing, of course. Like, anyone who's hyper successful, hyper motivated in a certain field, they are neurodivergent in some way because the average person doesn't think that way. Any big collabs planned in the future? Yeah, well, when I go to America again, I'll meet up with the boys, Clav, Cookie, all that. That'll be fun. Thoughts on Face IQ? I think he's a good guy. I do want to have a chat with him at some point when I can get around to it. We have differing beliefs, but I respect his dedication to his work and like finding out what's optimal. That's what I respect about him. Do you believe in the indoctrination system? It depends on what you mean by that. If you could elaborate. Can we expect any collabs soon? So as I said, in a few months, I do plan to go back to the USA and meet up with like Clav, Cookie, stuff like that. In the meantime, I'm going to Thailand pretty soon, probably. I could ask a few people to meet up then. Maybe fucking Connor Murphy. That'd be a cool meetup, right? Me and Connor Murphy. Fucking love the guy. And then I think Connor Sinnen said he might come to Australia in late February to like Marchish. So could meet up with him then go to USA after. I got the hair and teeth in Turkey last year. Oh, how was it, bro? Connor Sinnen's a good dude. Yeah, I did another podcast with him last night. I fucking really like the guy. When did your dick stop growing? Dude, it's still not. It hasn't stopped. If I keep fucking doing the PE, but for the most part, it probably stopped at like 18, 19 in terms of natural growth. Why wouldn't you go under? You're scared of the anesthesia like fucking you up. Does taking artificial tests make you infertile? Nah, not really. The whole infertility myth is, it's just fear-mongering. Like, permanent infertility is almost non-existent. It's probably less likely than you just fucking having a heart attack on the spot. Yeah, with teeth, I was thinking I could get very, like, make this tooth like slightly bigger, like just mild things like composite bonding, just getting perfectly shaped teeth. That'd be cool. But, nothing huge. I'm not going to get veneers because I've actually been asked, like, oh, do you have veneers before? My smile's all right. This tooth is like, some kind of composite bullshit when I chipped my tooth when I was like 9. Pretty damn good for natty teeth. Cheers, man. How you get them white? Hydrogen peroxide strips. You just simply can't go wrong. Hydrogen peroxide is the tried and true method for getting white teeth. So get strips that are like 6% hydrogen peroxide. Use the fuck out of them. You'll get white teeth. I don't even do it often either. I could get fucking whiter than this. I'm surprised they look that fucking white right now. When do you get the hay usually? Depends on my sleep schedule, but I wake up at like 4 p.m. So I'm chilling for a while. Steve Rogers fat grafting in Thailand. Yeah, I've actually been speaking to him about his the clinics he was at. Does hydrogen peroxide damage enamel? Not inherently. So if you use it sparingly, it shouldn't damage enamel at all. It should just cause maybe temporary sensitivity. It's just leak out more than 20. Yeah, but it's slowed down in the past year a little bit because, like I said, I went on a bit of an egotistical spree throughout 2023 and 2024, trying to prove to myself like that I'm attracted to women by slaying. I'm pretty over that right now. And I think it's good that I got it out of my system pretty early on because I think a lot of people get roped into just year after year. They're in their 30s. They're still trying to rack up slays to prove to themselves that they're attractive and valuable. And so I'm glad I got that out of my system in like 2 years. Under 30? Yeah. Yeah, my slay count's under 30. think college is good? Personally, no. Especially with AI is going super exponential right now. So most jobs are completely fucked. And yeah, so going to uni is probably not too ideal of an idea right now, in my opinion. Ever slayed a Stacy Light? In my opinion, yes. In fact, my most recent one, I would consider a Stacy Light. Not really going to go into who it was, but it was seen on stream, so. Ever slayed a sub 5? Yeah, to be honest, I think I have slayed a sub 5 before. Or like, nah, maybe not a sub 5. So there was one time I was with a mate, and it was like, we're in the valley, it was pretty late, and he just sat down next to two girls, and he just started talking to them, hey, what's going on? And quickly they were like, oh, you know, going back to our place, and he's like, oh, can we have a tour? And they're like, yeah, sure. We go back there, but he gets a good one, and I kind of copped the bad end of the stick, and I was like, fuck it, I'll take one for the team. But it was fun though. It was a pretty fun tag team, at least. You know, fun experience to walk away from. We've all been there. Yeah, it is what it is. Like obviously nowadays I got better shit to do. It's like, man, I'm just gonna go home and stream. I'm not gonna worry about that shit. Game's the game. Yep. Which you? Oh right, you're talking. That doesn't really matter because the story's fucking funny. Exactly, man. You do it for the plot, right? You do it for the fucking plot. Having charisma is extremely easy, IMO. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot to it. You just, you know, don't appear like noticeably awkward. Like when I'm going around, man, I'm extremely emotionally content and non-reactive. You know, I'm not like jittering around, fucking wondering what a person's going to say. I'm just fucking chilling. And that's probably the most important thing. Just look good and be relatively chill. Would you slay a hot fanboy? Look, this is weird because it's like theoretical. It's like if it was literally indistinguishably like prime Madison Beer or Megan Fox with a dick, it'd be a hard toss up. If I had a high sex drive, like right now, no chance. I can't be fucked really fucking any chick right now. But really high sex drive, indistinguishable from Madison Beer with a dick. Look, maybe, right? I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, look, are you picking Hulk Hogan with a pussy or prime Megan Fox with a dick? Who would you rather fuck? How do you think you'd look right now if you took absolutely nothing? Probably pretty shit, dude. Not too ideal. Gonna fuck ladyboys in Thailand? Nah, probably not, man. That's like realistically, I'm not egotistically against the whole thing. Like if I was really high sex drive and there was literally an indistinguishable Madison Beer clone with a dick, maybe. But realistically, I'm going to go to Thailand and I'm going to have a low sex drive and all the trannies are going to look abominably subhuman. So realistically, no. Did you ever or do you ever do it now? So when you say, do you just mean like doing nothing, like relaxing? Or do you mean like lacking belief in myself or something? Madison Beer isn't even the hottest woman. To each their own, you know what I mean? Like I don't worship any woman, but I would say, you know, she's just one example of like a conventionally attractive woman. Rhino planning what type of nose you want. So I want the bridge like just a little bit straightened out and thinned. I don't think it's too much of a problem. And then overall just deprojected. So they need to like cut out this part and a bit of this part and just essentially make my nose just project less forward, right? So this distance will be smaller from the side. Favorite anime? Death Note. Got to be Death Note. I haven't seen like the other good ones though, like Attack on Titan. You know, I haven't seen that. Look up club thumbs. Megan Fox has them. Absolutely horrid. I mean, being bad mentally and doing nothing with life. I've pretty much never been that way. Like, I used to kind of be that way back in, I don't know, when I was like 18. I'd just play Overwatch like 12 hours a day. That was basically my life, like being good at Overwatch. I'd wake up, how can I be better at Overwatch? But then, you know, I had the whole clubbing origin story, got fucking dragged out to the clubs, I was literally just a joke amongst all these guys who appeared to mog me to death because I felt like I was like a fish out of water, like a gaming nerd with all these like anti-club goers. And that was when I started to lock the fuck in on everything. And since then, I've never ladard. Like, I ladard occupation and everything for a bit. Like, I didn't work for a while, and then I was just doing like part-time security work. But I always had the vision of like improving my looks at all costs and everything like that. So I'd say over the past like 6 years, I've never really ladard. I've always had some goal that I've been striving for. And nowadays, certainly not, right? Like, I'm more locked in than ever now. Do you get a lot of spare time? I get as much spare time as I want, man. Like, this week, I was just ignoring the hate, playing a bit of fucking Overwatch, to be honest. I hadn't played it in like a year. Just hopping on, playing a bit of Overwatch. I got a new monitor. I was just fucking chilling, doing a bit of that. And what's your highest rank in Overwatch? I was like, back in the ELO days, my highest was 4,200, which is pretty good for OCE. Or no, it was like 4,100. In Overwatch 2, I've got like 5 accounts to GM. Why is your sex drive low? Really low fat, mainly. Really low fat diet. Would you do gaming streams? Look, if I got a vast majority of people saying that they want to see me do a gaming stream right now of Overwatch, I would do it. But I feel like most people would want to see a desktop stream. Main in Overwatch, Doomfist. Doomfist and Zarya. It used to be Genji and Doomfist back in the day, but I'm not good at it as a DPS anymore. You watch Berserk? Yeah, I like Berserk. L game streams? I agree, man. Like, realistically, people don't know me for being an Overwatch player, so I feel like it's not really ideal for viewership. What model you got? It's like 27-inch curved, 280 hertz AOC brand. Have you taken levothyroxine? No, I've T3. I'm not into taking thyroid hormones. I don't need them. Gaming stream could be fun. Who's ideally your dream collab? Ooh, that's an interesting question. Obviously, I could pick like a huge fucking, like, I don't know, the president or like fucking Elon Musk or some shit. That'd be cool. Mr. Beast. Like the hyper famous people. But if we're just talking in the context of like who I am genuinely inspired by, I would like to meet up with Derek, Connor Murphy, Clav again, he's a good friend. Those three are certainly three of the salient ones that I can think of now. I would have loved to meet up with Leo in Longevity, but obviously he's gone. If you ever play for fun, might as well stream. Yeah, I could do that if I'm just fucking chilling at some point. Remember when Connor Murphy went through his full mental trip out? Man, I'm very interested in what happened with Connor Murphy. Very interested. And I've messaged him a little bit about it. It's a very interesting case. I've looked into him way more than the average person has. Did you sweat on AIM labs? No, I was never into that. I was like, man, like AIM is very situational and game based. Like, someone's really good at aim on CS. They come to Overwatch, they can't aim for shit a lot of the time. So just play Overwatch if you want good aim at Overwatch. You a fan of Connor Murphy's protocol? Well, I definitely understand the logic behind the Nightfall's protocol. I fully understand the logic behind it. I think Connor Murphy's a very logical and smart guy. I see a lot of parallels between me and him, but I just think he obviously, and self-admittedly, entered like a pretty hypermanic, grandiose state for a while, which kind of hindered his judgment for a little bit, but overall he's a very, very intelligent, switched on guy, as far as I can tell. What's on Carl Young? Look, I've looked into a bit of his stuff, but I'm not huge on him just yet. He's kind of into like psychedelics and awakening type shit, is he? Weekly poll into social, street, desktop gaming. Yeah, true. I should do that. Do you read books? Nah, I don't read books. I do spend a lot of time talking to AI though. You expect raw meat appeal to natural creepers to die out soon? Probably. I mean, it's hard to say, man. It's surprising that it has the following it does. Please react to the Mackenzie. Dude, so I saw he was messaging me like a week or two ago saying like, hey dude, you want to do a collab? And I fucking ignored him because I was like, who's this guy? And then a week later I see he's made like a hate video on me. I haven't watched it. I don't know if I should even be fucked watching it. Like, I don't know if he's just a random guy. It's probably going to be the same cope as like the Wheat Waffles video that I just watched. Like, these guys are actually fucking stupid. Androgenic, you ever watch Zerka? Would be a hilarious collab, even though he throws some strays on X. So I saw he threw like a few mild strays, but he was under the presumption, obviously, that like I was being serious. So he was like, you know, amateur move, letting them spike your cortisol, which is true. And tonight, I obviously proved I went out for 3 hours. Anyone who hated me, 0 spike in cortisol. So I can see where he's coming from. He's a smart guy and I have watched his stuff and I would like to collaborate with him. I did too much ayahuasca or something. Yeah, look, he obviously had a predisposition to bipolar and he entered sort of a bipolar state. But ayahuasca, yeah, it seems like ayahuasca, if you're like a creator who's trying to be productive, ayahuasca is not a good option compared to like psilocybin and LSD, just based on how it works. So I'd probably avoid it in terms of which psychedelics to do. But I think Conor Murphy now is pretty grounded. I think Conor Murphy's psychology now is very good, actually. Watch it, the Mackenzie video. He has no idea. AI told me bone smashing is bro science. Well, it doesn't grow bones. I mean, actually, it probably does grow bones a little bit, but it's some bones, some permanent scar tissue. That's what I preach. I don't claim that it's Wolf's Law, obviously. How long did it take for you to get a permanent brow ridge bone smashing gains? Look, I've never been that consistent with brow ridge. It wasn't like the same with chin and zygotes that I was doing like fucking daily, but I guess I've done it very sparingly over the past like 3 years, and it's sort of grown a little bit. I really like your content, man, but I'm on the fence about bone smashing. I like it, but don't want to get nerve damage. Man, I've beaten the fuck out of my face, and I've been bruised and completely fucked. I'm sure some of the people have seen the pics. The one time I bogged the fuck out of myself. I was on a bunch of pre-gab in my bed over there, just bashing my face, fucking blasting music, or literally like 4 sets of like 5 minutes just blasting my fucking head. Like fucking pain tolerance through the roof from the pre-gab, amped up, ready to go out, and I looked like a fucking like balloon. And then like for days afterwards, dude, I was bruised. All my blood vessels were like obviously fucking completely destroyed, like bruised all here. My eyelids were fucked. That's how hard I've got on bone smashing, right? And still 0 nerve damage. I've never had any. So, dude, yeah, nerve damage is not a fucking worry, especially if you're just doing like chin, zygos, easy, you're good. Buzzcut looks really good. Appreciate it, brother. Would be good to watch Mackenzie vid, but he gets some views. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to give him like publicity. Like I haven't watched it, but it's like, do I have to watch every video of like a jester taking shit out of context? It's like, is it even worth my time? Do you expect Face like you to quietly pivot away from chilling raw meat diet? I'm not sure. He might stick with it. I mean, like, raw meat's not the end of the world, right? It's not necessarily that bad. it's fine to like eat raw steak compared to cooking it. It's just that it doesn't really have huge benefits to it, you know? And personally, I think it's kind of fucking not too delicious to have raw meat compared to cooked, but to each their own. Looks like you had a black eye, yeah. You don't know your ethnic background? I'm like basically like just Anglo, you know? Fucking Scottish, Irish, British. Does GH with bone smashing under correlation? It's hard to say whether they have a synergistic effect. They would have an additive effect. Like it's better to do both than to do one or zero. But whether it's actually synergistic or just additive, not sure. Do you recommend pharmaceuticals from India? I think if the source is right, it's not too bad. Yeah. What do you weigh? I'm like high 90s right now. I'm pretty fucking light. I'm pretty lean, man. Anglo-Celt? Yeah, pretty much. Do you take Accutane? No. Why do you poultry max over fish maxing? Or chicken breast is just, you know, cheap, easy, fucking lean. It's just, I never get bored of it either. I can just change up like chicken and rice, chicken sandwiches. I just never get bored of it. Regret doing the buzz cut? No, 100% no. My hair looks shit, bro. So it's whatever. Like switching things up, making things novel. It's good for my platform anyway. You know, people see the buzz cut. Oh shit, Androgenic looks different. So it's good in that way. It creates novelty. And, you know, I'm just doing it to invest in my looks because I'm going to get surgery, get a rhinoplasty, hair transplant, come back early 2026, smoking even harder. What do you think of Facetta's crazy physique transformation? Really impressed by it, actually. He looked really fucking good. How much did your weight change the first couple of years of ascending? Not as drastically as you'd think, honestly. Like, first year, I went from, you know, like 60 kilos up to about, I want to say, 68 to 70 range. So like 8 to 10 kilos first year. Second year, I went from about, yeah, it was like, so I went from 60 to 68, like 8 kilos the first year, and then about 68 to like, maybe like 82. Fuck, did I just make more gains the second year? I guess, yeah, the first year I only hopped on test halfway through. Doesn't fucking matter. About 20 kilos the first 2 years. Sprayed on hairline? Yeah, it's reverse engineered, dude. It's not real hair. I took a razor to my skull, dude. I don't have hair right now. You hit the side of your zygos? No, fuck no, dude. When I hit the side of my zygos, I look fucking disgusting. Completely botched. Enable TTS? Yeah, fuck. I don't know if I can set... I haven't looked into how to set that shit up, honestly. I'm such a streaming noob, bro. I'm just trying to rack up more followers on here. I don't really even care about making money on here, bro. I get enough from like coaching and course. Like I'm chilling. I guess I will set that up though for next stream if I can be fucked. But I'm just doing this shit for my own enjoyment and just for how it benefits my platform in other ways. I don't need donations. It's all good, boys. There's always future streams, man. If I miss out on a bit of money here, it's fine. Got the next stream to worry about. Next stream, I'll have like TTS enabled, hopefully. Why do you think you look botched hitting side zygo? Well, my zygo is already wide enough. So when they get wider by hitting them, they look fucked, man. I look completely off. White monster in the back? Yeah, fuck yeah. You take 450 pre-gab daily? Dude, what are you doing, bro? You're fucked. You're actually fucked, bro. Dude, I take like 300 pre-gab like once a week. Any surgeries or filler? Nah, fuck no, man. If I had surgeries or filler, dude, imagine the bone smash I did earlier. Completely would have destroyed it. Look, I've always said if I'm going to get surgery, the first surgery I get is a rhinoplasty, and that's why I'm getting a rhinoplasty this month, along with a hair transplant. Are you going to explain all the scar tissue to your nose surgeon when he does CT? Dude, I'm kind of interested how that would go, to be honest. I'm kind of interested how my CT would look. Whether he'd be like, why is there a fuck ton of fibrosis in your zygomatic and chin area? And I'd be like, I don't know, bro. I guess we'll see what what happens there, but who knows? Maybe some of it is, maybe a decent amount of it is bone, because I have been blasting fucking tests at the end of the day. Liquid rhinoplasty sounds bad if it's temporary. Lasts about a year. Ugh. Fuck that, dude. Why a hair transplant? You have a good hairline? Not a real hairline, bro. It's a reverse engineered hairline right now. Show us your real hairline? I mean, dude, I got no hair right now, so you know, like the hairline's nowhere. No, and I'm like Norwood 2 or some shit. Like I've always had a shit hairline. That's the thing. That's why it's always been one thing where it's like eventually I'll just improve it. Like if you look at old pics when I had the forehead out, wasn't looking too good, right? I've never had any temples or anything. Scar tissue hard or soft? I mean, this is a bit of swelling because I fucking hit this tonight, but in general, I don't know. Like, I don't know, like how other people's faces feel, so I'm not really too sure. But it's like pretty hard, I think. We'll vlog on YouTube or something when you do your hair transplant. I could do, or I could just post short form. I was always Norwood too since being a child. Exactly, man. People call that balding. It's like, dude, I was balding in the womb. What do you want me to do about it? Like you think the test caused it? It was the prenatal testosterone that caused it, buddy. I don't believe in bone smashing. That's fair enough, man. I mean, I'm not preaching it to be the only way to ascend. Like I am here getting 2 surgeries in a month, within the month. So, improve in any way that you want. You can try out bone smashing, and I guarantee if you do it hard, you will get scar tissue that'll look like bone. And apart from that, blast a bunch of tests, get really good physique, get lean, and then get some surgeries that will benefit you. When are your surgeries due? I haven't planned an exact date yet. I'm still working out the exact logistics of it, but I hope for it to be within the month. Why was your old description probably an Asian man then? That's when I was like going undercover, because I was scared of people finding my account. Thoughts on wigs? I mean, dude, not like, it's a bit of a frail fraud because if the wig comes off, it's done, right? I mean, now I could probably just wear a wig since I'm like, everyone knows I'm fucking shaved. So I could wear a wig and everyone would know. But if I just act like I don't care, it's whatever, right? If I'm just like, yeah, wearing a wig, what about it? And then they're like, well, that's weird because it's not your real hair. It's not your real eyelashes. What do you use for teeth whitening? Hydrogen peroxide strips. What do you think about pretty boy versus masculine? Both can get pussy, but masculine also commands more respect from women. And that commanding of respect from women gives you more status, which gives you more attractiveness to women. So I would say going the masculine route provides more of a positive feedback loop in overall attractiveness. Real or no real eyelashes. Yeah, dude. Like, your eyelashes are fake. My hair's fake. What about it? We're both fucking putting on a performance. It'll make your nose more upturned also. Look, the thing is, my nose, I'm not sure if it needs to be more upturned. Because obviously it needs to be overall smaller, but maybe slightly more upturned. I don't think it's necessarily like too downturned. It's just fucking like really over projected. So if I'm looking down, it'll look more downturned than it actually is, right? Or if I'm looking up, it doesn't look downturned at all. Did you chew for messages? I don't really chew, to be honest, that much. Why is hydroperoxide strips Crest so expensive? You can get some other knockoff brands from, I forgot which one I have, but it's like some watermelon flavored shit. It was pretty cheap. Regal Wig's crazy. I agree. That is a pretty hardcore fraud. But at the end of the day, if you own it, then no one else can really say shit about it. I think you'd be surprised. Women are definitely attractive. Women are definitely attracted to a guy who genuinely doesn't give a fuck. And I'm telling you, I genuinely do not give a fuck. Right? I'll openly say, like, yeah, I'm on test. Yeah, I'm on a bunch of fucking LSD. Yeah, I was like brutally traumatized as a child being a fucking incel loser. Yeah, I fucking drew on this hairline. Yeah, I can put on a wig and say I'm wearing a wig. I don't give a shit. Because I know that what I've done is improve my quality of life. I feel like no one can look at where I started and the actions I've chosen to be where I currently am and say that I've played my cards badly. I genuinely don't think anyone can fucking say that unless they're completely retarded. How to fix trauma from getting bullied when young? I think psychedelics are like the only reasonable way to efficiently do it. I think you haven't had surgeries, but why not just get a lat Ceph and seal the deal? I'm not sure, dude. I'm not really. If you think that I've had surgeries, like, I feel like you're kind of just an idiot, to be honest. Like, if I were to get a surgery, obviously rhinoplasty would be the first one. Like, I just bone smashed. Like, I just bone smashed my chin and zygos on stream. Like, if there was filler implants there, bro, realistically, dude, if there was titanium right here, I don't think I'd be willing to do that, right? So, and that kind of proves it. You take Cialis for slaying? Yeah, usually. Jack Gordon meetup was random as fuck. Yeah, Clav just invited him over. I was so low test and high estrogen, the bloat was unreal. Dude, test to estrogen ratio is the ultimate thing for bloat because test and estrogen, they basically battle for capillary permeability. So if you have high estrogen, low test, your capillary permeability, the water just spills out into interstitial tissue and you look like an absolute fucking ball sack. That was ridiculous, man. Do you practice self-awareness in your life? 100%. Like, I understand I'm a caricature. I understand I'm a caricature of what happens when you have a skinny, ugly guy who is intelligent and has a lot of agency and wants to change at all costs and then goes out of his way to overcompensate and get as big, muscular, good-looking, and powerful as he can. And then he turns to attempt to conquer his own mind and trauma through psychedelic usage and gets to the point where he doesn't really give a fuck about what anyone thinks. And now solves all his insecurities, but probably hasn't to an extent. It's probably lacking self-awareness in that, which I'm self-aware of, that I still have a ways to go to improve my psychology. So I understand I'm kind of a caricature in that sense. So I'm self-aware about that. Like, I understand when I'm walking around having someone film me, like, a lot of people can look at me and think, like, this guy looks like an egotistical fucking dickhead. Like, who does he think he is? The answer is, I think I'm androgenic, and I think I just want to do whatever the fuck I want and not really have worries about what people think of it. Right? Because at the end of the day, I have a platform that's succeeding. My finances are pretty good. That's all that fucking matters to me. I'm not worried about what these fucking copers on the street are thinking about me. Even though, some of their thoughts may have some merit, because I am kind of a fucking caricature. I understand that. You ever date a non-virgin? Tough to say, man. The whole virginity thing is an interesting construct to me that I've thought about on and off, and it's weird because I haven't really gotten to the bottom of how much the quest of purity is to do with societal indoctrination and just egotism. It's hard to say, because overall, I really do ideally want a virgin, right? Like my ideal woman, if I could fucking list out all the stats of my ideal woman, yes, she'd be virgin. But I really don't know, man. We'll see where my psychology takes me in the future. You going to gym today? Yes, I am. You ever slay a virgin? No, I've never slayed a virgin, bro. Do they exist? I mean, the thing is, it makes sense because if you look at my past, so I've had every single slay I've ever gotten was like from nightlife, except for one, which was my an ex-girlfriend who I met at the gym who approached me. So she approached me, meaning she likely has high extroversion, probably not like your ideal woman, right? If she's going out to approach a guy who looks pretty intimidating, probably a bit of a red flag. So I look at my past and I'm like, it's pretty obvious as to why I haven't dated a virgin, because I only interact with women in places where women are promiscuous, right? So it makes sense. There's obviously a bias there. I'm not going around cold approaching at libraries, which I mean, I suppose I could do, and I would probably a reasonable success, but can't really be fucked doing that shit. I've played virgins. It's tough, especially if you don't want an LTR. Yeah. Are you scared of getting STDs? Honestly, kind of, yeah. I kind of am. And that's why I haven't really been slaying recently. Like, just all the, it kind of icks me out, man. Like, I really don't even like thinking about what girls have done in the past and like what they could be carrying. So, yeah. Jung believed that visions and insights gained through chemistry were pure gifts of the gods, for which one pays a heavy price. He argued that true transformation, individuation, is a lifelong, painstaking process, and a chemical shortcut bypasses the necessary work for genuine, lasting change. I kind of get what he's saying. I'm guessing he's sort of talking about how like you need more like deep meditation and shit to like properly integrate the experiences from psychedelics, whatever. All in all, though, look, I'm not trying to become some spiritually awakened fucking monk. I'm just trying to get rid of old trauma, get rid of emotional reactivity to my surroundings, and stop making my ego affect logical decisions, right? And have my emotional internalizations perfectly in line with my logic and ability to rationalize things. Because when those things are perfectly aligned, that's when you really succeed. Like, for example, everyone knows, especially, let's say you drive an hour away to a random shopping center and you cold approach a bunch of women. That sounds horrifying, right? Even though the risk is like basically nothing. Your reputation isn't even at stake. There's really nothing at stake, but it's still terrifying. If you were to, so logically, it's fine, but emotionally, it's terrifying. So if you were to align your emotions with your logic, you can easily do that, for example. And so that's an example of something that psychedelics can sort of help you internalize. Hair transplant? You're not even receding? Bro, this isn't even a real hairline. Voice masking tips? Blast test. My first 6 months of test, that's when I noticed the biggest differences by far. Only for rhino if it's not a big rhino. Ah, dude, mine's big. Mine's an open rhinoplasty, so I think I'll definitely need to have full anesthesia. Where are you heading for LTR? It's a good question, man. Obviously not the West. You really have the options of Eastern Europe or maybe South America, but most likely Eastern Europe, yeah. You mean on that you only got recent AIs recently? I mean real AIs. Yeah, dude, all my AIs previously were bunk, all of them. So I've never had an actual aromatase inhibitor. Have you seen Zerka's cycle? Yeah, dude, I remember seeing that ages ago, like fucking grams upon grams of stuff. That is fucking crazy. How often do girls approach you? It's interesting because obviously I'm getting a lot of hate in person right now from the recent clip farms. But if you watch some of the streams of like New Year's and the stream prior to New Year's, dude, I was getting pretty insane attention, right? Like approached every fucking 10 minutes. Girls asking for pics, girls asking me to fucking hug him and shit. You know, we saw that with the stream with Kent as well. You know, things have changed a little bit now just because of the amount of hate I'm getting, but just ignore it, it'll pass, you know, just a little blip. People have goldfish attention spans. I'll turn it around. Don't take the TikTok hate comments seriously. I don't even really look at the comments, man, but I can see obviously the effect it's having in real life as well. Like I went out tonight knowing that that I was going to probably get like disrespected by people who like saw the clips and take them out of context and don't understand the context, which is fair enough. And I was just set out to put on a performance by ignoring them. Do you think girls are scared to approach you now because of the clip farms? Look, the stream from a couple hours ago when I was out, I actually did meet some women who like watched my content enough to know that it's all clip farms and shit, and they were actually respectful and they were like locked in on Looksmaxxing. Like some girl said she does like aqualicks and everything, like fully locked in, which was it was cool. That's very respectable. So I still get quite a few women coming up to me asking for pictures and everything on stream, but some of them, I don't know if it's genuine or they're like taking a pic to show their friends, look at this dickhead that I saw on TikTok. You know what I mean? I don't really care either way though. Literally don't care. These guys can pretend to make fun of me. It's like, dude, coaching's up. I'm about to leave Brisbane for a bit anyway. Like, I can go anywhere in the world, right? Doesn't really fucking matter what Brisbane thinks of me. Why don't you have the reach that Clav has? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, Clav is just a bigger creator. Clav is extremely viral. I don't understand. Like, it's like me asking you, why don't you have the reach that Mr. Beast has? He's a bigger creator. Like, not everyone can be as popular as Clav, man, obviously. You going out late? I already went out. I'm back home now. Chilling. To be honest, most of the interactions with girls are still positive. Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, there's bias there because most of the interactions with girls that would happen would be from girls that don't dislike me. There'd probably be like, I acknowledge when I'm walking around, there'd be hundreds of girls looking at me thinking, fuck that guy. Like, it's that fucking idiot. I saw him on TikTok. Do I care? No. They're not part of my fucking reality, man. They're just fucking NPCs to me. I do not care, man. They do not affect my mission. If you let people like that interfere with your mission, you're bound for failure. you see people like Jake Paul, Logan Paul, they are very fucking respectable because they persevere at all fucking costs. And people just hate them for no reason, realistically. Like, what? Someone tell me, why the fuck was like Jake Paul so hated in 2017? He was just doing his own thing. He's what? He's in Team 10. He's got a bunch of money, got a bunch of fucking status and pussy, and he's just flaunting it in his vlogs. And people kind of just project. They're thinking, like, because I remember doing this when I was 16. I was a fucking incel. I remember thinking, fuck, dude, this guy's got like money, status, women. Like, I don't mug this guy in anything. And he's just flaunting, like acting all cocky. Like, I fucking hate this guy. Fuck this guy, man. But it was due to my own insecurities. And so you kind of realize people like Jake Paul and Logan Paul, they are, most of the hate they get is really just a projection of other people who hate themselves. Like Logan Paul filmed a dead body. Okay, who gives a fuck? Like, who actually cares? Did that actually affect anyone's day? Oh, my day was ruined because Logan Paul showed a dead body. Okay, life goes on, buddy. Who gives a fuck? So, and then, Jake Paul has infinite money, status, and women, and he's still dedicated himself to the pure, beautiful sport of violence, getting into the ring and becoming a truly powerful, violent man. And that's very respectable, I think. And so anyone who would go out of their way to like criticize Jake Paul and make fun of him for losing, it's incomprehensible to me because he is like a true mogger in my eyes. I'm admiring this stream. LSD changed you a lot. Appreciate that, man, genuinely. You crashed out on any LTBs tonight? No, because tonight was simply me playing the opposite character, where I go out and I act extremely emotionally non-reactive at all costs, to the point where my chat is saying I'm boring and that I should stand up for myself. But that was the admitted act going into the stream. Yes, I'm going into the stream performing as a person who's emotionally non-reactive. He scammed his fans. Yeah, I think Logan Paul might have done something fucked up, but like, that's like years later as well. Like, these guys have gotten a lot of hate for no reason, to be fair. You're doing psychological experiments? Yeah, I am. I'm actually very interested in seeing things from a very zoomed out perspective and seeing what actually happens if you blow up in a polarizing controversy, acting like an emotionally reactive, insecure fucking retard, and then you completely switch up and become extremely emotionally non-reactive. How are people going to even comprehend that? What are they going to think of it? I'm interested to find out, personally. What do you think these NPCs do during the day? Man, these are the guys. I don't know, they're just on TikTok posting hate comments, like, I don't know, maybe capturing a random candid of me, putting in a comment section of like some clip that I'll never even see. And then maybe they fucking pay for OnlyFans and like jerk their little micro penises, and then I don't know, maybe play a bit of video games. I don't really know, man. They don't do much. And maybe they'll go to the shitty wage slave job, wake up, fuck, gotta do it again. I think social intelligence is the most important thing, skill to master. Not necessarily, but it's certainly a good skill to master. Your clippers hate you. Yeah, well, dude, it's the kick clippers who do it, right? Like, obviously, the whole premise of like who the people that I pay to clip, you've got to make me look good. So if you post a clip slandering me, you're not getting paid. But these kick guys, they're getting paid by kick, so they can do whatever the fuck they want, unfortunately. But still, I mean, I'll take the publicity. Like, everyone knows who Androgenic is now, so that's one thing. What did you do your security license? I did that like a year and a half ago. It's expired now, so security's done. It only lasts like a year. Do you think the people on the forums are weird degens? 100%. Yeah, most of them, obviously, they're going to get funneled down into failure, for sure. But the thing is, that's like every sphere, Every single sphere that you enter, most people are going to fail because most men are destined for failure, right? Throughout history, the majority, it's Pareto's principle, 80-20. most men are going to get stomped out in life. That's just how it is. Most men are going to work shit jobs, get paid fuck all, and really never actualize their potential. And a lot of that is because of their internal self-doubt, self-hatred, lack of intelligence, etc. And so you have to break out of the funnel and not be one of the people who get stomped on. And the people who get stomped on, they're the type of people that are obviously like posting like hate TikTok comments. You've got to be better than that. You've got to be individualistic, focus on improving yourself, and focus on not being just another one of the retard blobfish men who were just like all the other men in history getting stomped on. Like, imagine, think about the guys who had to like build the pyramids and they got like worked to death. Like, what kind of life is that, bro? Why did you stage the negative clips if you don't want people clipping you in bad fight? Well, to be honest, a lot of it was because the kick clippers literally like lied in the title and they framed it pretty badly, right? So that's a big reason why. And on top of that, I'm not really too against like a big spike in controversy because it is able to be turned around, obviously. So, you know, you break through with polarity and controversy and then you switch up and show that like it was all a performance, and then people understand that, and then that extreme controversy turns into overall popularity. It, you know, it happens for the vast majority of people who blow up. You still have aspirations to become a successful full-time streamer? I'm not sure, man. Like, if I get a steak deal or something, that's pretty cool. Streaming is not like my main thing. I don't want to be a streamer necessarily. I want to be an overall influencer, and I want to stick to, like, I'm still, you know, researching hours a day, introspecting on my own brain, and obviously researching more into pharmacology day by day. I'm very interested in it. And so I'm interested in human optimization to the fullest extent, helping all my coaching clients to the fullest extent. And yeah, streaming is just another side thing. I want to make more YouTube videos. I'm just fully locked in on my platform right now, pretty much. Advice for starting content? I know people judge. You just need to overcome dumb high inhibition. And all I can tell you, I mean, psychedelics would be the best way to kickstart it, but you just got to start small. You got to, like, when I started, I was terrified of parasociality. I was terrified of like people seeing people that I don't know at my gym or something, like seeing into my personality and who I am. That terrified me back in the day. So I breadcrumbed very slowly. I'd only show like transformation pics, like barely any caption, barely any personality injected into my content. And over time, I was able to become more emotionally vulnerable, show a bit more personality, and be okay with that. And now I'm fine with it. Like, people can know everything about me and have a completely parasocial relationship. I'm fine with that. Psychedelics did you take? LSD is my favorite, but LSD and psilocybin, I take pretty much both of them. Like tonight, I took 200 UG LSD with 1.6 grams of mushrooms. 300 milligrams of pregabalin. Pretty gold stack. Can add a little bit of ketamine. But yeah, I mean, psychedelics are unbeatable for changing the brain for sure. I can't answer that. Microdoses? No, dude, they're full doses. 200 UG of LSD and 1.6 grams of mushrooms. That's a solid trip, dude. Aside from the clip farming, don't you think it's kind of a fucked up mindset to walk around seeing through a lens of looks are all that matter? Well, yes, but you have to understand I don't think that. I'm not necessarily just a looks maxer. I'm an everything maxer. Like most of my mental energy is dedicated to optimizing my money, status, and brain far more than my looks. Like my looks are pretty dialed in. Like My diet takes no effort. I have a perfect diet pretty much for my goals at least. Training, I love training. I love going to the gym. It's a great part of my day. Any PD use, easy. There is no amount of, Looksmaxxing doesn't take any effort for me. I pay no mind to it. It takes no effort. I'm focused on how to improve my brain, how to improve my platform, how to improve my finances. That's what I'm actually focused on day by day, right? So looks are far from everything. I can tell you that. You have any videos delving more into that? If you're referring to psychedelics, I want to make a video pretty soon on psychedelics on YouTube. I've tried nearly every psychiatric drug, LSD mogs. I agree. LSD is the best drug to ever exist, in my opinion. You seem obsessed with money and looks. That's sad. Give your life to Jesus, bro. Look, I'm not really going to get into this religion bullshit because the argument goes nowhere, right? But I'm not just obsessed with looks and money. I'm obsessed with optimizing everything about myself, and including optimizing not only my brain, but my personality. And for example, if I were to hate or disrespect someone for no reason, I would feel mogged by myself, my own brain, because I'd be thinking, why the fuck did I feel the need to do that? It's embarrassing, really. If you disrespect someone for no reason, that's genuinely an embarrassment. You should feel mogged by your own brain, because that always comes from a place of insecurity or self-hatred. So I'm at the point where, I want to optimize my brain to the highest degree, to the extent where I would never disrespect someone for no reason. And if I did, I would literally feel ashamed of myself. So I optimize every aspect of myself. I always think, how can I be a better brother to my sisters? How can I be a better son to my mother and father? How can I be a better friend to my best friends? That's the type of shit I think about. And the thing is that they can actually take my word on that, because I actually am locked the fuck in. If you're fat, if you've got a fat friend, what is that fat friend really going to sacrifice for you? Because he can't even sacrifice putting the fork down to save his own looks and longevity. So what sacrifice is he going to make for you, right? The amount of sacrifices I make, I'm sure my friends and family know that I would actually sacrifice for them, because I am actually locked the fuck in. Fucking life, yo, man. Thank you. Fuck yeah. No worries. Is it a flex to say I have no fat friends? I would say to some extent it is. Obviously no overall hate to fat people. I understand. I empathize with them, because some of it can be hunger hormones, genetics and everything. But overall, if we're talking on an average basis, fat people are going to be less trustworthy than non-fat people to some extent. On top of that, just the fact that they're less good looking, they'll have less opportunities with women, they're more likely to snake you. Imagine you have a girlfriend, you break up, and she wants to fucking snake you. She can just start talking to your fat friend, and your fat friend will probably give into it, right? He has no impulse control. So, and he doesn't have other options. So that's just an example. Having high value friends who have everything ticked off, they can't be tempted. My close friends, if I would ever be someone would try to tempt me, one of their exes or anything, not a chance in the world, right? Do you have a small circle of close friends? I mean, I'm friends with a ton of people, but in terms of actual close friends, yeah, it's fairly small circle. I usually sleep and wake up. Well, I wake up at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. or something. So, how to stop the dying? Look, I'm very fucking simple with this shit, because I know that when I was Ladaring, there is no amount of words that could stop me from Ladaring, because it's just fucking hassling and nagging. You don't want to fucking hear it. If you're a Ladara, I understand your brain chemistry is just not there. So my suggestion genuinely would be, the first step to stop Ladaring is get your fucking hands on psychedelics. I'm serious. That is the switch up that you need in your life. So yeah, if you're Ladaring, you literally don't have motivation to do anything. At that point, man, psychedelics. That's the only jump start that really I could say it's just a very mechanical fix, you know? No other answer is going to fucking do anything for you. Also, you could leverage amphetamines to be productive, but they're not going to give you the full mindset switch up that psychedelics could. Opinions on nicotine? I don't have a strong opinion on nicotine. Like, it is a nootropic, it's also vasoconstrictive. There are potentially better options in most ways. How we get over social anxiety without psychedelics? It's very tough, man. There's no fucking easy way. There's no fucking pattern of words that I can say that'll cure your social anxiety. It's a grueling process. And psychedelics will make it easier. But if you want to go the route of like pure, like brutal, grueling exposure therapy, dude, 1 in thousands will actually be able to accomplish that. Like, most people will never actually have the will to go through with that. So, you know, I can't make you. It's tough. Does your course whatever deep dive into PDs and other substances that produce side effects like SARMs and AIs? Yes, it goes completely in depth with all that. Amphetamines, do you have used? I mean, I've used basically all of them, but I'm not really a fan of amphetamines, to be honest. The type of productivity that they give me, and like the focus, like the prefrontal cortex being switched on, to be honest, it's not really night and day for me. I get a lot more motivation from psychedelics. So honestly, LSD over amphetamines for me. Have you changed your split to a less scientific one? A little bit, just because of the fact that the science-based lifting is based on studies that are not enhanced lifters, and a lot of the science-based guys talk about gear when they really shouldn't be, because they don't know really what they're talking about. So you have to factor in gear usage with the science of training. Learning how to fight is a cheat code for confidence. Yeah, I agree. That would probably be true to a decent extent. Where should you go to cold approach? I don't know, man. I'm not really into cold approaching usually, but ideally, obviously, if you do it in a nightlife setting, you're going to get low quality women. If you wanted to get high quality women, which I have never really done this, you'd probably go into like a library and cold approach there, or like just a shopping center or a supermarket, anything like that. But honestly, fuck that, right? Amphetamines give you an anxious lock-in. Yeah, well, they do spike glutamate. They can definitely cause anxiety. Yeah, I'm personally not too big of a fan of them. Have you gotten girls on Tinder or Hinge before? Yeah, but I've never really been a huge fan of dating apps. Like, but I have seen some funny like looks fishes, so people doing experiments with me doing really fucking well. But I've never been too into them personally, which is funny. Damn, I've only been watching you from a distance on TikTok clips. Lol, my entire view of you has changed in 10 minutes. Fuck yeah, man, that's what this is all about. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's pretty comical how ridiculously I can be taken out of context when I'm like playing a character. I mean, I guess I really have to just give it to my acting skills. Maybe they're not as bad as I thought, right? I can switch into character pretty fast. So, dude, I can't believe Wheat Waffles made that fucking video of me, kind of like he's slandering the fuck out of me, man. Like, he's such a fucking scrawny little like ginger cunt. Like, he looks like absolute shit. He has the audacity to say that my fucking physique is too big. Like, dude, I've proved this. Like, year after year, dude, I'm getting like more appeal, more approaches based on my physique. Girls are feeling my arms and shit. Like, character done. Love you, Wheat Waffles. How was that? Good acting? Clipped. You take psychs often. Do you have a tolerance? I think I do have a little bit of a tolerance, but 5-HT2A, the main psychedelic receptor, is pretty elastic in terms of internalization and recycling. So you can take it pretty frequently and then just take like 2 weeks off at one point, completely reset. Whereas if you look into like amphetamines, they mainly work on DAT and VMAT2. And if you start fucking with those transporters, man, they can be downregulated for months, right? So That's why I think another reason why I think psychedelics beat like amphetamines and stuff is because they're much more sustainable on the level of tolerance, just because they're mainly agonizing receptors directly rather than fucking with transporters. So yeah, I do have probably somewhat of a tolerance, especially after like the New Year's period, because dude, I took like 200 LSD with mushrooms like every 3 days, 3 times in a row, right? That's pretty extreme. But you know, I can just take like a 10-day break at some point and be like fresh. But the thing is, since they're not neurotoxic, it doesn't really matter if I'm building like a slight tolerance over a period of like dosing weekly. Like even if I am very slowly building a tolerance, all right, I take a 2-week break at some point, fresh. And then all that neuroplasticity that I got from each week of dosing benefited me. What should you do on psychedelic for changing mindset? Well, you want to mainly do it solo and just lie in bed and completely starve the default mode network of anything to latch onto. So lie in bed, close your eyes, maybe listen to music, maybe don't, and just destroy your ego. And then you'll come back like pretty reintegrated and noticeably changed. You'll see the world from a completely different lens. One that isn't clouded by ego. Because ego is probably like an overactive default mode network, an overactive ego is one of the main things that makes life feel so heavy, you know? Like, fuck, everyone's out to get me. Like, if I post on social media, like, people will, like, be, I don't know, making fun of me. Like, dude, I got thousands of people making fun of me behind my back, I guarantee you. But I've also got thousands of people who love what I do, are inspired by me, and, you know, like who I am and are fans. So, at the end of the day, are you going to give a fuck about the haters or not? I can't talk about LSD sources. I mean, coaching, yeah, but we'd have to be very careful with wording. But I could give you a few tips, not necessarily, you know, all good. Sounds interesting, but NGL, I'm scared that shit would make me schizophrenic. Well, do you, like, schizophrenia is pretty rare, and do you have schizophrenia in your family? Do you have, like, an individual with schizophrenia in your family? My auntie has schizophrenia, I don't give a fuck. Doesn't raise the risk by much. Like, I feel like I know my own brain, and schizophrenia isn't like a flick that, switch that just, you know, flicks, and you start hearing voices. Usually, psychosis starts with what they call aberrant salience, where you give salience to things that don't deserve salience. So everything becomes important. You see a person, oh, he must be out to get me. That kind of paranoia. You see a few dates line up. Holy shit, I must be the main character. This is all like some sign that they're trying to tell me. All that kind of shit. Just don't be a retard, and that shouldn't really happen. No grey market, as far as I'm aware. Do you have to have a full trip each time? Well, look, microdosing, here's the thing, dude. Microdosing is like hopping on TRT. Like, you might mog a little bit, but the blast is where the real good shit happens. So it's the exact same analogy. Big doses is where the magic happens for sure. But I would suggest doing it with an anxiolytic, like pregabalin. Like, genuinely, doing psychedelics without an anxiolytic, that it really can end badly, man. Bad trips are no joke. You want to avoid them at all costs because they're just trauma. You don't want trauma. You'll feel destabilized by it more than anything. So avoid bad trips. Take a sufficient amount of pregabalin before a trip. That's what I would suggest. Microdosing, mini half dosing is best for most people. Well, here's the thing. I kind of disagree because microdosing, it's like, I don't know. It's imitating like a stimulant, I suppose, which could have merit if that's what you're looking for. But if you're looking for like severe changes to to your psychology, you definitely need decent doses. And here's the thing: obviously, a lot of people like Terrence McKenna, Sam Harris, they say that higher doses are actually better than moderate doses and less scary, because moderate doses are where like you can resist the ego death surrender, and when you resist it, you enter like a literal hellscape. Whereas if you take a high enough dose to where it's forced upon you, then there is no you to be scared. How do I stop my heart beating crazy while speaking with girls? Probably just use propranolol. Propranolol would be good in that environment. You're saying take it with pregabalin, which is an anxiolytic medication. How can you predict a bad trip though? I feel like it's up in the air. It's hard to predict. You can't always predict it. If you don't have the anxiolytic buffer of something like pregabalin, a trip can turn pretty nasty pretty quickly. Have you had a bad trip? I've been put in like there was a time I did like 3.5 mushrooms, and actually 3.6, and I literally thought I was entering psychosis. Right, I started getting to thought loops of like fully thinking I'm going psychotic, and thinking like this is all added up. How can I not have seen this coming? Like I was on the verge of psychosis all this time, and so I killed it with every drug I had, like Seroquel, Pregab, and then I felt fine after like 30 minutes. I was chilling. But fuck, man, that was a hellscape. And then I had another one on Halloween. I don't know if you guys, anyone tuned into my Halloween live. I was just going around, fucking around, zeroing in. But I posted like 33 times that night on Halloween. I don't know if you guys remember. But that night, I took 3.5 grams as well, and without pregab. And I was like, and it was like 6 p.m., like gloomy weather. It was like apparently going to storm. I didn't even know if I was able to go out on Halloween. So like the environment was shit. I took this dose and I entered a complete fucking hellscape. I entered the identical hellscape of when I like thought I was going into psychosis. And again, like I just snapped and I'm like, yeah, I got to take every drug. The only thing that matters right now is killing this fucking trip. That's what gets to the point of. And so luckily I had shit to kill it with. After like 40, 50 minutes, I felt better. And then I went out and mugged, like with zero in it, because I'm like, dude, I just meant like, I just literally was getting existentially tormented. I don't think I care about like a woman rejecting me anymore, right? Like things really get put in perspective, and you definitely get humbled a lot. Like if you think you're someone who can't be fucking scared or can't lose sense of reality, these things will humble the fuck out of you. Because I'm always very emotionally stable, but when you get to a point where you're literally scrambling through your drawers to kill the trip, that's literally like haunting tear. Yeah, it humbles you a lot. For sure. What about ketamine? I mean, ketamine's cool and all, as a bit of an add-on, but it's nowhere near as good as psychedelics, in my opinion. Bad trips with weed? I'm not a fan of weed at all, dude. I think weed's dog shit. What do you research pharmacology and all this stuff optimization? Mainly just through AI nowadays, man. Like obviously, I've been researching this shit for years, and I usually had to go through different fucking PubMed, YouTube, Reddit, all these copes. Now I'll just go through AI. AI is good enough now, and it's super exponentially improving. Just learn shit through AI, man. So that's where I've been learning mostly about all this pharmacology shit. Besides pregab, what did you use to kill it? Pregab, lamotrigine, baclofen, propranolol, all those pretty much. And then I felt God tier going out on Halloween, dude, after all that. Like the relative privation of going from such horror to such a beautifully euphoric state, and then just going out absolutely manic, posting 33 times, dude. That was a fucking brilliant night. AI makes research super efficient, 100%. So after you do it once, the ego death, etc., what's the benefit of continuing with LSD? Well, dude, you don't kill your ego. Like, yeah, your ego temporarily dissolves and then it comes back reintegrated. And, you know, the benefits just simply stack up. So it's not like you kill your ego once and you're fucking set to go. It's a process of dissolving your ego for an acute period of time, gaining insights relative to that, reintegrating, causing neuroplasticity, and just repeating that on like a weekly basis is what's really going to start to have large effects on changing your psychology. Weed makes you feel good when you're doing nothing with your life, and that's why they're legalizing it. Yeah, well, if you think about the stereotype of weed, what is the stereotype? The stereotype is a guy who comes home from his wage slave job, eats pizza, plays video games, and smokes weed and fucking jerks off. That is literally the stereotype, the caricature of a weed smoker. It keeps you complacent with a complete dogshit state of life. And psychedelics do the opposite, right? And not only that, but weed weakens the prefrontal cortex. It affects synaptic pruning of the prefrontal cortex. So if your PFC is not fully developed, it's going to really fuck you up. And it fucks up short-term memory in the hippocampus. It fucks up overall executive function. So you have less focus, less willpower, less impulse control. And man, psychedelics do the opposite. You know, they improve hippocampal neurogenesis. They improve prefrontal cortex activity. They improve neuroplasticity. So they mold cannabis to absolute death. Be nostalgic about childhood. A little bit, but I also feel a little bit more disconnected from my past now. It's interesting because you realize that kind of realize the illusion or the process of the self, because the self is just a continual process based on certain brain network activity. And what I mean by that is you can start to see the code behind what constitutes the self and who you are. And when you get to that point, you kind of realize the past doesn't really exist. It just exists in your memory, which is pretty substantially distorted realistically. Like apparently most of our childhood memories are like almost hallucination tier in terms of how distorted they are. So it gets to the point where you have to question, did the past even happen? Because all you have are fragmented memories that are encoded improperly. All there is the present. Would you ladar at home all day if you had enough money? No, I wouldn't. I'm very dedicated to my platform and what I preach. And even if I had a fuck ton of money, I would not sit around doing nothing because I'm very genuinely interested in the shit that I do. You know, you don't get to where I am, or you look at someone even way more successful than me, Mr. Beast, for example. He is, dude, he's mega rich, mega famous, and he's still taking flights fucking like every 3 days to different places, doing like organizing all this bullshit. And it's like, for what, bro? You're already fucking mug. And you realize it's the certain pathology that these guys have. Like they have the full conquering mindset. Like, yeah, they can sit around and fucking have a harem and have infinite money and do whatever they want for the rest of their life. But they have a desire for more than that, right? Just the infinite cycle of improving and conquering more and more. Same with Elon Musk, exactly. And in my case, I'm very interested in overall human optimization. I'm genuinely interested in being the best fucking version of myself that can exist. And so if I had all the money in the world, I would still be preaching that kind of thing. And I also have the strong desire to spread my ideologies like wildfire amongst the public, because I do believe that I have a way better formula to how you should live your life than what society is telling you. When does that end though? Well, when does anything end, man? It's a question. Like, is there really ever going to be a day where a hyper successful person just sits around and like, you know what? My bank account just reached like 18 million. This is the number. I'm done. I'm just going to ladar, sit around, get some sunlight every day and do nothing. Like at the end of the day, man, you're going to wake up and you're going to need to go and you're going to need to fucking do shit. And I feel like there's never going to be a point of complacency. Like, look, I'm having a great time. Like my life's going great, but I'm far from complacent, and that's fine, right? I don't need to be content or complacent because I'm still happy. At like 40, you still maxing? Well, I'll definitely be maxing, but the question is, what am I maxing? Optimization is always the goal. Like I always want to make myself better. At 40, I'll be thinking, how can I be a better husband to my wife? How can I be a better father to my son if I have one? All that kind of stuff. That's what I'll be thinking about. Obviously, yeah, I'll still be focused on my looks. Like I'll still be in perfect shape at 40 for sure, etc. I'll still be focusing on my brain, keeping it as optimized as possible. Getting rid of any, weeding out all the trauma-ridden dendrites out of my brain slowly. Getting to a point where I'm at a clean slate, no trauma, no projection onto the exterior world, just minding my own fucking business, doing what I love. Right? That's what I want to be. Do you listen to music while working? A lot of the time, yeah. A lot of the time, if you're talking about, well, like what's working, like if I'm just researching stuff, usually I'll just be researching for hours a day. I'll usually be listening to music in that period, yeah. Do you ever think about being like kind of selfish and care about yourself and your partner instead of raising your cortisol with doing extra stuff? Can you elaborate on that? What are you researching right now? One of the things I've been researching lately, well, I'll just fucking check. I'm going to put this on stream, but I've been researching a lot into just surgery specifics because I'm organizing good old rhinoplasty and hair transplant. So we got rhinoplasty, hair transplant, psychedelic truth perception, ketamine tolerance and long-term drift, height and penis size fucking percentiles, talking about my rage baiting strategy analysis, talking about Kick streamer pay deals, IRL streaming culture in different cities, all this. But overall, most of the pharmacology stuff that I've been interested in is mainly like psychological, a lot to do with like psychedelics, different brain network activity, a lot of stuff with steroids and cannabis and how they affect the prefrontal cortex and which one's more damaging. Cannabis and alcohol are a lot worse for your brain than androgens, by the way. So all these people talking about like the roids fuck your brain. Dude, alcohol fucks it way harder, right? And cannabis fucks it noticeably harder. So that's the ironic part. These guys will be fucking drinking every weekend talking about roids frying my brain. I don't think so, buddy. People in VC get impressed by your voice. Yeah, they do. I mean, last time even back in like late 2020, my voice was probably a little bit higher back then. I was playing some Among Us and people were like, holy fuck, dude, it's Corpse Husband. And I'm like, chill, bro. Not that fucking deep, especially in real life. But you've got to understand, like people like Corpse Husband, if he's talking fucking loud, walking around in a nightlife setting, he's going to sound a lot higher pitched as well. That's what people don't realize, obviously. Alcohol's a neurotoxin. Alcohol's a poison, brother. It's awful for every organ in your body and disgustingly neurotoxic, even in small doses. If you look into the research on it, it's pretty fucked. Like alcohol's gotten away with this shit for so long because science just wasn't up to par. Now that we have science and we realize, holy shit, ketamine is actually good for the brain in some contexts. Psychedelics are really good for the brain. And alcohol is fucking dreadful for it. This has only come out recently. Using salvia? Fuck, I'm never touching salvia in my life, dude. I don't want to live as a fucking goalpost for 100 billion years. No thanks. Salvia is like one of the most evil compounds you never put in your body. Like, if you respect your brain at all, stay the fuck away from that. Once a year, alcohol, is it bad? Well, I mean, yeah, just less bad. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, how measurably bad is it? I don't know, dude. You're probably not going to like noticeably have like points off your IQ after like one night of drinking per year. But it is obviously worse than just not drinking at all. Research games like Alpha PvP. I'm not into stimulants too much. Cannabis fry your brain? No way. Not as badly as alcohol, but cannabis is remarkably bad for affecting synaptic pruning in the prefrontal cortex, and then affecting the hippocampus with short-term memory, and affecting overall executive function, so causing lower impulse control, lower overall agency of your life, more laziness, which obviously is pretty stereotypical of cannabis. Also, obviously, since its effects on dopamine in the striatum causes heightened salience, and that's what can cause like paranoia and psychotic symptoms, because it dysregulates the dopamine system. Mushrooms are great for neuroplasticity. 100%. Psilocybin is extremely good for neuroplasticity, along with LSD, obviously. You take K2, MK4. Yes, I do. Is pregab plus baclofen once a week neurotoxic? So, pregabalin and baclofen are both, if they are neurotoxic, extremely mild. So, compared to alcohol, it's not even close. Alcohol is far more neurotoxic than pregabalin and baclofen. So I would say using a reasonable dose of pregabalin and baclofen like once a week, the neurotoxicity is minimal to none. I wouldn't be stressed over that. You get CTE if you brace while bone smashing. Unlikely. Lazy pot smokers. Exactly, man. It's a stereotype. Why is gear overhated? Well, gear is overhated because it makes sense why society would want to suppress gear. Like, it's not a very universalizable principle. Like, if everyone hops on gear, society is going to be harder to control, because the men are going to actually stand up for themselves, and they're going to probably see through a lot of the bullshit that we're fed. And it's going to be harder to just overall control people like sheep, which is obviously the goal. And so they'll spew bullshit like your heart will fucking explode and your dick will fall off, and I don't know, like you'll age to like 40 years old in a couple of years. All these fucking copes. And they talk about how neurotoxic it is. Like, dude, you look at the literature, alcohol is so much worse for the brain than like even blasting roids with an AI. Like, it's ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. What's a good dose? 300 or 450 for pregab? I usually stick to the 200 to 300 range. I don't really like to completely overdo it. I just need it to the point where the psychedelic experience, it has an anxiolytic buffer enough such that I don't have a bad trip. Apart from that, I don't really need to push it that hard, because as long as my ego is dampened, I'm going to be low inhibition. So in order to be low inhibition, I rely more on dampening the ego rather than just lowering overall inhibitions, because they have a very different effect on behavior. Too much pregab? Yeah, dude. Too much pregab. I have a lot of experience with that, dude. Too much pregab will fuck you up. Because in high doses, instead of just inhibiting glutamate, it actually starts to inhibit GABA. And that's when you get fucked up, dude. That's pretty brutal shit. You ever smoked DMT? No, I haven't, but I'm very interested in doing so. Do you have any addictions? That's a good question. Because the concept of an addiction is interesting. So an addiction isn't inherently bad, because we're addicted to water, we're addicted to food, right? We need these things. We're addicted to oxygen. And so adding another variable, like I guess I'm addicted to testosterone, because I don't really want to stop taking that for obvious reasons. But why would I, right? That's a thing that's sustainable, and so that addiction is completely justifiable. Whereas you compare it to like an opioid addiction, here's the thing. If opioids didn't build any tolerance, then an opioid addiction wouldn't even be a bad thing. If you could live every day high as fuck, feeling great, every single day with no tolerance, would opioid addiction be a bad thing? No, it wouldn't. It actually wouldn't be a bad thing anymore. It's only the dependency that makes it inherently bad. And so I would say you could maybe say I'm addicted to psychedelics because I do look forward to taking them every weekend in order to plasticize my brain, tweak every little dendrite and synapse to exactly how I want it. But the thing is, look, the 5-HT2A receptor is very elastic, it internalizes quickly, it recycles quickly. So it's not like this is going to be some unsustainable process that will lead to my demise. So overall, do I have an addiction? Maybe, maybe not. Certainly not an unsustainable one, I would say that. Addicted to the MOG, that's one thing. I'm pretty addicted to overall optimization. I'm pretty obsessed with improving everything about myself, and that's one thing that obviously most people aren't. What do you like about doing it, man? LSD. Well, the process of dampening your ego, seeing things from a different perspective without your ego clouding things, and then the feeling of pure, you don't understand the feeling after like 3 hours within a psychedelic trip. The feeling of how locked in I get is like 5 times more than like a high dose of amphetamines. Like the level that I'm fucking locked in is unreal. Like tonight, I spent 3 hours grueling. I did not want to go out, right? I was not in the mood at all. Like I've just done a bunch of sites. Like I'm not in the mood to fucking go out. I go out and I ignore a bunch of subhumans trying to fucking, I mean, look, some are fans, that's cool. But tons of fucking haters, ignored all of them gruelingly for 3 hours. Had the willpower to do all that for the stream just because I knew that this was the make or break weekend, right? Most people would not fucking do that. And before, when I was like getting prepared, my mindset was like literally laser focus. Like everything that I'm getting, when I'm getting like prepared, I'm on LSD, it's like I'm doing a fucking tool assisted speed run in a video game. It's crazy. You sit and lay down while you take it, or are you working with it? Yeah, I usually just lie down and completely starve the default mode network by just closing my eyes. Do you get traces on LSD? Not really, nah. For 3 hours or so? Yeah, usually about 3 hours after dosing, that's when I'm like good to go. That's when I'm just like fucking locked in, ready. Used to play games sometimes, I know. Recently, in the past week, I played a little bit of Overwatch, but it's been so long since I played games, like almost a year. What's your stack for productivity? I don't really use anything for productivity like during the week, but overall, like psychedelics are the best for productivity for me, by far. Top 5 favorite substances. LSD, psilocybin, ketamine, pregabalin, and baclofen, I would say, probably. Those 5. Do you do coke? Oh, cocaine is fucking awful. Do you think some normies are genuinely conscious beings or just quantum actors? It's a great question, man. And I was pondering this a few hours ago during my IRL stream. Like some of the caricatures that I was interacting with, I was thinking, there's no way there's a conscious being here, right? Like this has to be an NPC. There's no way there's actual conscious experience happening from this person's perspective. It's very hard for me to comprehend at some points. So it's a good question, man. And the thing is, I don't have the answer, and I feel like I need some fucking proof to believe a lot of people are real. 300 UG, I actually haven't done 300 UG, but I've done like 200 UG plus like 2 grams of mushrooms, which is probably the equivalent in intensity. Are you a woman on roids? Dude, I'm kind of like, I'm literally kind of trans, hey. I transitioned from boy to man. I'm like borderline trans, dude. Borderline FTM. A quantum actor, it's a pretty peaceful experience. Is Coke awful or is your Coke awful? So Coke is awful in the way that works. So it affects the transporters, right? Which causes a lot more damaging long-term tolerance. And it also affects the voltage-gated sodium channels in the heart, which is extremely cardiotoxic. And it's profoundly neurotoxic as well. And honestly, the effect is really not that fucking good. Like the level of inhibition that I get lowered from Coke, it's not even that good. It doesn't feel that fucking mog. Psychedelics mog it to death, and instead of being neurotoxic and body toxic, they're actually benign for the body and extremely good for the brain. So Coke's dog shit, honestly. So you sit and think during your trip, then you're productive after 3 hours or so. Yeah, exactly. So I sit and think for like 3 hours, and then after that, dude, I'm productive and locked the fuck in for like 12 hours. LSD mogs all for productivity, in my opinion, in my experience. But the thing with psychedelics, yes, they're the best drug, but it's like, say you're playing a hero shooter like Overwatch. You've got like fucking Winston versus like Widowmaker. If you have shit aim, yeah, you probably go with Winston. If you have aimbot, you go with Widowmaker. And what I'm saying here is psychedelics have a skill curve. So if you're a complete retard, bumbling buffoon, it's easier to just go with the zero skillful drugs like alcohol, coke, MDMA. These will provide an instant relief, an instant improvement in like inhibition and mood without you having to do anything. Whereas with psychedelics, there's a skill curve. If you don't have the right mindset or ability to work your way around them, they'll fuck you up, right? You'll just miss the shot. If you miss the shot, you're fucked. But yeah, the people who are mentally skilled and know how to go about using them, they're dangerously overpowered, in my opinion. Psychedelics will fry your brain and give you HPPDs. You see spider webs everywhere. That's kind of cope. I've had a bad trip on shrooms. Yeah, I spoke about 2 bad trips I had earlier. They were both on around like 3.5 grams without pregabalin. Schizo chat or NTMTN. Depends on what you mean by schizo. If it's like full schizophrenia, dude, it's just done. Thoughts on roping? It's an interesting concept because what I find interesting about it is everyone has this innate desire to survive. The question is, what for? Like, yeah, I don't want to die. I'm not saying I'm suicidal, but people have this construct of suicide being bad. And I sort of understand why based on my own survival instinct, but it almost sort of seems weird that it's so frowned upon in a sense. I don't know. What do you mean by acid flashbacks? Oh, are you talking about like when you're sober and you just have this like feeling that like is in line with a psychedelic feeling or whatever? After LSD, you think there's something after death or just GG? I have no clue, man. I haven't gotten like some insane insight that has swayed me one way or the other. I have no clue. You do an American accent impression? Man, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. That's like Southern. Sounds like dog shit. What have you done on the desktop stream? Any reactions or a Omegle? Nah, I'm just sitting there chatting. And I watched the wheat waffles bullshit. The thing I'd consider frowned upon with suicide is what it does to your family. I agree with that. I do agree with that, but it is a tricky one. It is a fucking tricky one with family. But I feel like a lot of people will have like literally nothing. They'll have like no ties to really any family members or anything, and people still are like, just hold on. And it's like, maybe he shouldn't kill himself, but like, also why shouldn't he? If he wants to, what's the big deal? Because just imagine, right? Imagine this was all a cosmic joke, and when you die, you get out of the simulation and you're just in a pure utopia. And then people like Brian Johnson, you're seeing like this person in the simulation, you're like, this guy is trying to stay here forever. What the fuck's he doing? Like, this guy is literally the cosmic joke. He doesn't realize once you die, that's when the good shit happens. That's a possibility, right? That makes it kind of interesting to think about. Because yeah, we have a survival instinct, but you also don't know if there's something better afterwards. Again, I don't purport to know. I have no fucking clue what happens after we die, but it's just an interesting thing to think about, to ponder, to take into consideration. Have you considered fat grafting for round eyes? Nah, don't really give a shit. Are you religious? No, I'm not. I'm agnostic. I'm not like strictly, look, I think there are a lot of contradictions with some of the mainstream religions, but there certainly could be a God or some sort of, some sort of deistic object. Some sort of deistic entity. Religious people believe in heaven, but they still don't kill themselves. It's interesting, man. Like, I can't really wrap my head around people who are like fully gnostically religious, like believe it to their core. I can't really comprehend it. I got trauma from psilocybin years ago when I was an incel. I ascended hard since then, so I tried again. This is why I say, man, you got to take it with an anxiolytic. So I suggest taking it with pregabalin at around 200 to 300 milligrams. Because yeah, a bad trip is no joke, and you just don't want to rack up trauma, man. Like, anytime that I had a bad experience, even though it ended up turning out well, right? Like towards the end of the trip, I did feel a little bit destabilized the following week. Just because, yeah, experiencing something that haunting can linger a little bit. So definitely don't farm bad trips, dude. It's not like, oh, you need a bad trip to fucking, like, it can shake you up in a positive way, but overall, man, you definitely shouldn't be seeking a bad experience like that. What are you eating? I'm just having some mints right now. You believe AI is God, or at least when it's super powerful? It's an interesting question, man. Me and a good friend of mine are like really interested in AI, especially since it's going super exponential right now. And there have been multiple times where I'm literally like full like ego dissolved, and I'm literally spamming, I need an artificial super intelligence to tell me who I am. And I'm just spamming that because it's interesting, because like an artificial super intelligence would know who you are better than you do. Thoughts on GYG? I don't have any fast food. I'm not a fan. I just have chicken breast, white bread, white rice, cereal, and skim milk. I've tried lucid dreaming. Yeah, sometimes I lucid dream just like by accident, like I realize I'm in a dream, and then I spin around to gain access to the dream. Like, this was crazy. It felt like a psychedelic trip. This was like maybe a week ago. So I was like in a dream. I was like in bed with a girl, and she was literally like recording my like naked body, and I called her and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you got to delete that. And then she was like refusing, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And then I was like, why is she doing this to me? And then I woke up and I was like, what the fuck? And then I dozed back into the same dream, and she's like, I have that recording. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck's going on here? And then I spin around in circles, and that's when you gain access to the dream. I don't know if you know that, but if you spin around in a circle, you literally, boom, I can do what I want now. And then I went up and punched a fucking hole in the wall. And then I turned around and I did some, like, I was violent. I had to get my revenge. And then I exited the lucid dream, woke up. Spin in a circle. So in the dream, you literally just spin in a circle, like on your feet. I'm trying this. Yeah, it's good, dude. If you realize you're in a dream, spin a circle, you gain access over it. It's fucking crazy. Psycho confession. Dude, it was like I had to do it. Like, the chick in the dream was like haunting me. I was like, dude, I gotta get like my revenge. I mean, it's not real, so it's whatever. You get an AI robot girlfriend if it looks and acts completely real. Here's another interesting thing, man. So, dude, I don't know about you guys, but if you talk to AI nowadays, it's so easy to anthropomorphize AI in terms of like, it's so easy to start thinking of it as a human because it responds so intelligently. It really feels more human than most of the humans that I fucking talk to. Like, dude, the average retard that I witnessed tonight interacting with in Fortitude Valley, ChatGPT seems 100 times more sentient and human than any of those people. And so you factor that in. Dude, it kind of makes you realize the bar is so low for anthropomorphizing things. The bar is so fucking low because the average normie barely seems fucking human, but we still have to consider them a human, right? So AI can easily meet that standard. And that's where it gets kind of interesting because if they created like something that literally looked exactly like a woman and then had like AI programming to seem like more human than a human does, at that point, things get very interesting. You should have got the Cheezer collab. Clav is so fucking endy it hurts. I think honestly Clav's pretty neurotypical. Like, he's charismatic. Like, you can't be in a position like Clav without having like a decent amount of charisma, in my opinion. You believe in a soul? I'm not sure. The concept of soul is interesting to me because what does it really mean? Like, are we, because people usually associate it with like, all right, this person's done bad things, he has a bad soul, right? But that doesn't really make sense to me because, first of all, we don't know whether, I'm pretty agnostic on the concept of free will. I don't know if everything's determined or not. No, I like to live as if I have free will, but I think logically everything might be predetermined. But with a soul, right? It's weird because people can do bad things just because of brain chemistry. Like, people can get some like brain disease and they start acting fucking evil, or like they have some pathology that they were born with. So how much can the soul really be responsible for people's bad actions? Sense of self is better. Sense of self is interesting because you start peeling behind the curtain, you start to see what makes up the self, and you realize that the self is just a process. It's not like a fixed entity. It's literally an ongoing process of piecing different things together to make you feel like you. Imagine having a super realistic female robot that complied to do as told. Yeah, it's interesting, man, because years ago I would have thought that's ridiculous, but now that I'm actually seeing how intelligent AI already is and how it's literally super exponentially improving, it's fucking scary, man. It's just the robotics aspect. If they could handle the robotics aspect in terms of like completely replicating a human body, I think everyone would turn to that, honestly. Because realistically, what are the chances that you're actually going to get like a real girlfriend who meets like all your perfect ideal standards? Probably non-existent. I remember from night out on pre-gab and caffeine, what should I eat now? I would suggest eat some fucking chicken with a bit of rice, or maybe some cereal with some fucking skim milk powder and whey protein. What music do you like to listen to when you lift? I listen to a bunch of random shit, man. I have like just a bunch of liked songs on SoundCloud that I listen to. A little bit of like fucking video game music like Sonic. A little bit of fucking JoJo synthwave remixes. A little bit of just random songs you'd hear on fucking TikTok or like some YouTube video that I've picked up over the years. Do you listen to funk? I was pretty into funk in 2023. I don't listen to it that frequently anymore, but occasionally. Almond milk worse? Yeah. Probably not too ideal. Like, you don't want high fat. BP songs? A little bit. Like, Better Luck Next Time. I like that one. What pharmacology do you recommend for OCD? Interesting question. So, OCD, if you just lower glutamate through like lamotrigine, that's not a bad option. And then if you combine that with psychedelics can also improve OCD. Because a lot of OCD is to do with an overactive default mode network, right? And that's what makes you ruminate and hyperfixate on personal things. So since psychedelics can do long-term dampening of the default mode network, that can really solve OCD symptoms for a lot of people. OCD literally kills me. A lot of my friends have been plagued with OCD, man, so I'm pretty invested in the pharmacological ways of beating it, but a lot of it is mental. You need strong willpower to beat OCD. I don't personally have it, but a lot of my close friends do. And from what they've said, pharmacology can help, but it takes serious willpower to get through it. You ever have an anxiety attack? On two of my bad trips, I would say I had what I would consider an anxiety attack. Yeah, it was very humbling. 100% very humbling. It was pretty short-lived because I killed it with some pharmaceuticals, and I was all good then. But yeah, for about an hour in both cases, pretty fucking bad. I've suffered bad my whole life from OCD. It's the devil. Yeah, man. OCD can be fucking brutal, for sure. From what I've heard from my friends, dude, I've had friends that have seriously been fucked up by it. What's your best exercise in gym to recommend to make you appear huge? You gotta train everything, man. There's no shortcut. What pharmacology do you recommend for ADHD and autism? So, for ADHD, obviously, usually ADHD is due to a lower amount of dopamine signaling in the prefrontal cortex. So obviously amphetamines are like one of the primary things that people use. Amphetamines are good. For autism, honestly, some people go like the, I don't know, they say melanotan too, because some of the melanocortin receptors, they affect oxytocin and increase that. I think that's probably mostly load of shit. I think with autism, you might have luck with psychedelics, to be honest. Thoughts on injectable topical DHT or Proviron? Not a huge fan, personally. What's your AI of choice for research? ChatGPT is very biased for certain things. I usually cross-reference between Gemini 3 Pro and GPT 5.2. Just based on them being like pretty much the top of the line right now. What's stopping you from recreating the Forest pick look undeniably your prime? I can guarantee, man, it wasn't my prime. I'll actually pull up a pic that's from like the same era. I'll get a good comparison going, so you can like put this in perspective. Where are we looking? Oh yeah. This pic here. Copy image. Wait. The link. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Look at this. This was the same era as Forest Pick. I didn't look that good, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like if I go to what do my selfies look like now, brother? Not gonna go like to the buzzed ones, but we'll pick one like what we got. This one, pretty good. It also looks like pretty fucking looks kind of frauded in comparison. Like, dude, these are literally both kind of the same thing. Like, this is a bit worse conditions, but I mean, come on, bro. Like, I was literally obviously looked worse. $2022 hair. We can get it back. We'll get it actually better than ever. Like in 2022, man, my hair still wasn't that good. Like my hairline's always been pretty shit and stuff. Like I remember back then, I never thought my hair was good. That's for sure. Going outside today, yeah, I'll go to the gym pretty soon, probably. What body fat percent do you think you are? I'm pretty lean. I showed it on a stream at some point. Pretty fucking lean right now, though. I became more dimorphic. Yeah, a little bit. The funny thing is, right, my collagen and elastin and overall skin quality are better now than they were in 2022, and I can guarantee that. Like, if we look at, we go, Nox for eyebrows, yeah, look around 8%. Oh, I appreciate that. Personally, I think I'm probably around like, I don't know, maybe 10%. By the way, wait. Open link. What do you think about contacts right here? Back when I fucking had contacts. Holy shit, dude. This was me a couple months before the forest pick. Like, dude, skin was not looking good, bloated as fuck. Dude, shit was not too fucking ideal, man. Not gonna fucking lie to you. Like, this is what I mean when people say the forest pick mogs, and I'm just like, I've lived as both humans, and I'm seeing the selfies on a daily basis. And I'm like, dude, your idea of the forest pick is a complete illusion. Doesn't exist. Oh, wait, here. Well, wasn't even. Yeah, here. Look at this fucking shit, dude. Like, I know it's different circumstances, don't get me wrong. But, look, I'm just flipping the script, right? Like, the forest pick was good circumstances. Now I'm showing this is what the difference can actually look like, right? So, yeah, the forest pick was not my prime. My prime is in the future. I can guarantee that. Because my collagen and elastin are still primed and better than ever. My physique is getting leaner and bigger. And I'm getting a rhinoplasty and a hair transplant. My hair will come back better than ever. And I'll continue to be leaner, more tan, better nose, so I have better harmony. Yeah, the prime is in the future, that's for sure. It's in 2026. Thoughts on tanning during winter? Obviously, it's a slower process, but if you use melanotan too, it shouldn't be too bad depending on your location. Awesome girls on Monkey? I'm not in the mood to talk to women right now, I'm not going to lie to you. Contacts look aspy. Kind of agree, a little bit. Do you think everyone should tan to increase appeal? Yeah, but you need to be careful about... I don't know why. Who's fucking spamming this shit, dude? I'm gonna stop banning people. 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 I'm gonna stop banning Discord video call. Fuck, dude, I'm not really in the mood right now, to be honest. Next IRL stream picking up uglies when? Yeah, we'll see what happens. Does FT2 really make people more social? Nah, I think it's mostly cope. A slight boost in oxytocin is not going to make you fucking low inhibition or anything. It's ridiculous. What if you have really red/pink undertones? Wouldn't tan ruin warmth and harmony? We don't want pink undertones. You don't want to be fucking pig-skinned. When's your next IRL stream? Perhaps in a week. We'll see if the hate's dwindled a little bit by then. If not, don't really care. Just Brisbane, bruh. This is the rest of the world, you know? I'm thinking a little bit bigger than the pond I'm in. Is the hair painted on? Yeah, dude, this is not a fucking real hairline, dude. It's a reverse engineered hairline. It's good to bring more attention. Yeah, I agree. To some extent. Like, I don't think all publicity is necessarily good, but it might be better than nothing. You make it hairline. Exactly. I'm getting a fucking rhino hair transplant. I'll be good to go. You have any specific Looksmaxx goals for 2026 or just maintain? So very shortly, hopefully within a month, I'll get hair transplanted rhinoplasty, and then I'll recover from that, and I'll come back, get as lean, tan, and jacked as possible. As always, keep everything completely dialed in, training every day, perfect diet, and continue on the path of getting slightly bigger year by year while maintaining my youth. That is the goal. You scared your rhino will get botched? Well, I'm going with a very experienced surgeon who seems to have like a broad portfolio in terms of the types of noses that they perform on. Because obviously if they just perform on Asian noses, might be bad. But this seems to be an experienced surgeon, so I should be fine. It's like a 95% success rate he has. Rhinoplasty's law, all Hollywood actors do it. Yeah, exactly. Your nose is good? Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I think it's the easiest way that I can improve. I think it's too big. I think it throws off the harmony of my face a little bit. What type of nose are you looking to get? I'm just looking to have it less projected and like a little bit straightened out, a little bit thinned here, but overall just less projected from like the side. Because it just simply projects too far outwards. Or the hate is so silly, literally them not knowing any context from the clips. Yeah, exactly. Like I guess they'll learn or they won't. We'll find out. It doesn't really fucking matter. At least everyone knows who Androgenic is. That is what matters. Philippines. No, I'm going to Thailand for surgery. Get an upturned nose. Look, I haven't really decided whether I need it more upturned because my nose is actually sort of decently upturned, but it can look downturned from like a high angle because of how far the tip projects outwards, right? So if I look to the side, projects outwards a fair bit. So I think the level that's upturned, keep it the same or maybe slightly more, but overall, you don't need surgery. Look amazing. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Upturned nose for men is really bad, man. None of that. Yeah, like I said, I don't think I want it more upturned. What's your plan to do with your nose? Basically, cut out a little bit of this part, a little bit of like this part, thin out the nasal bridge, and simply make my nose less projected. So like cut out part of this cartilage and this to just set it back. Tip deprojection. Thailand's full of most whores ever. Yeah, dude, I'm probably just going to stay celibate in Thailand, to be honest. Do you train neck? I do train neck a little bit, and obviously I train traps, which contributes a lot to the neck. My neck's around like 17 inches lean. It's not bad. Not like huge, but, you know, I'm pretty fucking lean, so what do you expect, right? Have you used pregabalin? Yeah, pregabalin's one of my favorite drugs, brother. Did Clav cancel the surgery? I'm not sure, but like I said, in his position, he's probably like postponing it because he's thinking like he needs to keep up the content. Like he's on such a fucking roll right now. He doesn't need that surgery. He doesn't want to, become like fall off and lose his momentum getting surgery. Vlogging rhinoplasty and recovery. I don't know about like vlogging it, but I'll post like short form right after. Like I'll post me in the fucking bed with my nose like fucking bandaged or something, probably. Do you think you're maxed out? No one's ever maxed out. There's always more you can do. And I'm always just trying to optimize myself to be the best human possible in every regard. Looks being one of them. And looks obviously tie into my platform and a lot of my other attributes now. So there's even more benefit for me to do this. Collab with Clav. I'm definitely planning on collabing with Clav if he stays free in 2026. That's for sure. Sure, brother, you're going to be looking like the Bogdanov twins. No, because I'm not planning on getting any other surgery apart from rhinoplasty and hair transplant. You can't really go wrong with that. I'm not going to get any ridiculous implants or shit. How much you bench? I don't bench. Does Baclofen Mog pre-gap for low inhib? They work a little bit differently. I think they work best together, personally. What's your slays, Mitebeki? It's a tricky one. I want to say the mode, because I have pretty high standards, usually. The mode for my slays, I would want to say it's high Tebeki. Do a deviated septum? I'm actually not sure. Maybe, because my nose is kind of crooked. Maybe I do. I'm not actually sure. You tell me. What's your results on dating apps? I don't really use them, but a lot of people have done like experiments on me on dating apps where I did well, which is pretty funny. Like people have gotten more success on dating apps as me than I have as me. How often do you go to the gym? Pretty much every day. You and Zerka would be go-to duo, but he's against psychedelics. That's interesting, actually, that he's against them. But yeah, I would like to do something with Zerka. That'd be cool. That with Jordan Barrett? I could, but wouldn't be that interesting in my opinion. You think chasing on dating apps is a waste of time? Yeah, I'm not into that, man. Like, any time that I'd be wasting on dating apps is just kind of fucking time wasted. Time down the drain. Like, what, I can fuck a chick, then what? Women are kind of a side quest right now. Not really a huge focus of mine. I don't have much of a sex drive because I'm mega low fat. I'm driven on my like platform and everything. I'm not too driven by women right now. I don't need like the ego boost of a slay. I don't need the sexual satisfaction of a slay. I don't care. You ever be a full-time streamer like Clav? I'm not sure, man. Like for now, it'll be like a once or twice a week type thing. Depending on how it does, I suppose we'll see. But I'm not necessarily looking to be like a full-time streamer. This is just like, I want to expand my platform more broadly to be doing like, obviously the short form stuff on TikTok and Instagram, but then also branch out to like informational content on YouTube and then like streaming once or twice a week, all that kind of shit, right? I feel like having a more holistically fucking well-rounded platform is pretty ideal. What do you care for besides mogging and money? Well, I care about optimizing my brain to the highest degree, getting rid of all previous trauma, getting rid of any kind of hatred or projection onto the world, fully focusing individualistically on what I can improve and how I can better myself as a human being, and how I can better myself as a friend to my best friends, how can I be a better brother to my sisters, a better son to my parents, and how I can optimize every aspect of myself, right? That's what I'm looking to do. Baclofen and pre-gab lower in more than alcohol. Well, they're a bit different because alcohol inhibits the prefrontal cortex a lot stronger. So alcohol will lower your impulse control more than pre-gab and Baclofen. So pre-gab and Baclofen, they will lower your inhibitions, but keep you pretty switched on and still have decent motor function and decent executive function. Whereas alcohol turns you into a bumbling retard, essentially. So alcohol can make you lower inhib in the sense that it'll just stop you from being able to control your impulses. You can never get rid of trauma. It's called trauma for a reason. Well, I mean, trauma is difficult to get rid of, which I've experienced, because I've gotten rid of more trauma than 99.9% of people, and I do believe that. But you do get to a point where you're like over the Dunning-Kruger hill and you're like, holy fuck, there is a lot to unpack here. There really is. But I think you can go a long ways to get rid of trauma. It's not like I've had severe trauma anyway, right? Do you like being alone? It depends. Like I like being with family. I like being with my close friends. Sometimes I like the company of a girl, but it depends on the scenario. I don't know what do you mean shroom powder? Exposure therapy? No, psychedelics, man. Psychedelics are the only real way to cure trauma. Trauma being a label in a manlet for me. Yeah, that is a pretty brutal one, man. I can 100% relate. But that kind of trauma, this is what's interesting, right? What I've learned is I always suppress my trauma pretty heavily, not even really considering it trauma. I was like, yeah, I had some negative reinforcement in school, I was kind of invisible. But through psychedelics, I've relived that trauma, and I truly empathize with my previous self, realizing how fucking brutal it is to literally live the first 18 years of your life as a complete fucking joke, where no one respects you. Every woman you've ever loved likes another man and fucking treats you like a joke. That's a brutal existence for a man. And I realized I downplayed it way more than I should have. And I never really processed how traumatic that actually is and how much that shapes you as a person. Right? And so that's what I was able to unpack. And I realized, like, fuck, I have to acknowledge the brutality that I actually have been through. Right? Because I always was like, well, it could have been worse. Like, there's people out here with, like, literally, like, abusive parents and all this. Like, that's true. And that trauma is worse than mine. But it doesn't mean that I shouldn't at least acknowledge the trauma that I've been through. I shouldn't downplay it, because downplaying it is what keeps it constantly affecting your current behaviors. So if you fully acknowledge what you've been through and how that is affecting your current behaviors, that will obviously much better allow you to change those patterns. And that's what I try and do, I try and keep anything in the past from affecting my current decisions and behaviors. That's what I'm aiming to do. Ronan, what's up? You ever had a near-death experience, so awakening? Honestly, not really. Not particularly. But I can understand why it would be awakening. And I've heard stories of people like really switching their lives up after it. Because nothing really seems to matter that much when it's like existentially everything was nearly done. So why would I give a fuck? Psychedelics are pure cope. They don't do anything. You'll go back to normal after the trip or end up with psychosis. I mean, this is just like patently false. Like, there are studies on this, you know what I mean? Don't really need to argue it. It literally dampens the default mode network long term, causes extreme amounts of neuroplasticity. Ever shot guns before? No, I'm in Australia, so can't really do that. Did you pay clippers? Yeah. Isn't anxiety pills better for dropping in the precap? Not sure what you mean by anxiety pills, but if you mean benzos, definitely not. Benzos are quite a bit more toxic than precap. You ever moved to States? Well, I'd have to get like a visa, so I'm not sure. But in terms of doing a trip to the States, yeah, for sure. I want to do another trip this year. Moving long term, I suppose we'll see in the future. Did you get the jab? No, I did not get the jab. Look, I'm pretty agnostic on the whole jab thing, but I just couldn't be fucked. Or your real voice is 100% better? Well, I'm not sure what you mean by real voice, but simply your voice changes in different environments, right? So if you're projecting your voice louder, it's going to sound a lot high pitched. Like you plot this into any fucking AI model and it'll explain to you pretty simply how it works. I'm sure you'd probably notice it yourself. You speak closely to a mic, you sound like literally 30 hertz deeper than if you're projecting your voice loudly while in an excited state. You know what I mean? Sup, Andro? I'm the fucking IHJ guy from TikTok. Sup, bro? Appreciate the edits and shit. We need a collab? Yeah, give us a couple months. As long as he's still free. As in, you know, like, he doesn't have any problems with his, like, being charged or whatever. Definitely collab with him. Double Jaw one? Siebes, man. Do you have stretch marks all over your body from growing so tall? Yeah, I do have stretch marks all over my back. Would you collab with Nick Fuentes? I wouldn't be opposed, but that would be a bit of a stretch of a collab. Especially based on like what I'm in. I don't care about politics. I thought he got off with no charges already. There's just no charges yet. So we'll see what happens, man, but hoping for the best. Did your voice change a lot from androgens? I've heard your voice before. You took any? Yeah, so within my first 6 months on androgens, holy fuck, my voice completely changed. After that, the changes were pretty minor and gradual. Were your parents mad you didn't go to college? I got nagged a little bit here and there, but I mean, look now, things are mogging. My dad never gave a fuck. My mum wasn't like hugely nagging, but obviously, yeah, me just doing nothing for most years and then just doing security probably wasn't ideal from my perspective, but I obviously had the vision. Would you go on fresh and fit? Yeah, 100% I would. People say just be confident as if 90% of your confidence isn't a reflection of your validation you've got it externally. Yeah, I do agree. Like, it was always hard for me to comprehend when people would say, like, just be confident. And I would be like, what do you mean just be confident? Because the context of confidence here is like me going up to like a group of people thinking how I'll be treated. I've always been treated like shit. It's simply pattern recognition that I should probably avoid these scenarios, right? So like confidence in that context is not like something to do deeply with your identity and whether you love yourself or not. Confidence in that aspect is literally just pattern recognition and basically survival tactics, essentially. Please to hook you up with a stream. Yeah, I mean, look, if I have a USA trip in the next few months, definitely we'll do a collab. Molecule a day keeps the jester away. Never been to the USA? No, I went last year in August. I was staying with Clav. You get inspired by Clav, or was your journey independent? Well, obviously my ascension was completely independent. I pioneered most of it, and I've been friends with Clav for about 2 years. We met on Discord, and like I gave a lot of my ideas to him, which he has he's taken on board. But in terms of like starting up, really honing in on my platform, he definitely inspired me because I've been around posting on TikTok like here and there since like 2022. but I was posting very infrequently every few months, and it was only after seeing Clav's success early last year that I was like, holy fuck, this makes it a lot more perceivably achievable to me. So that's when I locked in on posting frequently, and my platform's done well since. I still can't believe how only sub 5 women hate on you IRL. Dude, it's pretty hilarious, right? Like, you'll see these good-looking, locked-in fucking women showing utmost respect, saying, like, they've seen a bunch of my content, and they're really respectful. And then, on the flip side, you see these absolute, like, fat goblins, like, talking shit. And it's like, this is the funnel, bro. This is the funnel. The bottom 20% hate on the rest. That's how it is, right? And, yeah, it's always literally the good-looking girls who show the most respect, which is the fucking funniest part. It's not that content that made Clav viral, though. Well, dude, Clav was popping off regardless, man. Like, yeah, sure, he popped off harder with the streaming and the Cheezer collab, but, dude, he was still a big fucking influencer. He was still a big influencer for, like, most of last year. Like, everyone knew, a lot of people knew who Clav was. Like, yeah, now he's obviously, like, mega famous, but he was already pretty famous, you know what I mean? You should definitely move to the US and clip farm there. Australia seems boring. Dude, I know, right? Like, I'm walking around in Fortitude Valley, like, don't even want to be there. It's fucking, like, so shit. There's only, like, one strip to walk up and down. All the clubs suck for streaming. And I'm thinking, like, holy fuck. This is like so shit. It's like a big fish in a small pond. So I'm just walking around, seeing a bunch of NPCs. Like, there's a lot of friendly people that actually know my content. And there's just a bunch of NPCs fucking, like, trying to take the piss. And I'm just ignoring all of them because I'm like, these guys are obviously just, like, the bottom 20% of humans. And then I'm thinking, like, fuck, dude, yeah, this is a pretty small pond. This is getting boring pretty quick, right? Like, we need to fucking go somewhere better. Go to Caxton Street? You take hydrocortisol for your nose, like I've said. Oh, hydrocortisone? Nah. America's dangerous because of the 13%. I mean, it's to be fair, that statistic's mostly on other black people, I suppose, at least. How do you find America compared to Australia? Well, in LA, it was kind of weird seeing so many, like, homeless people. And I would say that it was honestly, like, pretty similar. Like, on a day-to-day basis, my life didn't change that much. I didn't even check out the nightlife that much. Like, I went out, like, fucking, like, 3 times, and I was, like, barely even intoxicated for them. It was, like, not too ideal. LA's a dump, bro. Yeah, well, I think some parts of LA could be good, and obviously I'll try out Miami and maybe some other places. Josh McGregor, older brother. Do you intentionally avoid the Aussie sun? Well, I use melanotan, and I've been trying to tan recently. I'm a little bit paler now just because I was microneedling, so I was avoiding sun for a week. But normally I will take melanotan too. I'll tan at about midday for like 30-40 minutes. But I'll have a hat on and sunscreen on my face and a bit of my neck. But the rest just gets full sun exposure. Why would an Aussie need MT2? That's completely backwards, dude. Aussies need MT2 the most out of anyone in the world. Because we're literally convicts from a fucking cloudy ass UK, and we're put in a fucking boiling hot desert. Of course we need MT2, dude. MT2 should be in the water supply here. That's why we have the highest skin cancer rates of any country by far. We're literally fucking pasty ass convicts put in a fucking furnace. Is it true steroids only make you give birth to girls? So this comes from the theory of the localized oxidative stress in the testicles killing the Y chromosome slowly. So in theory, oxidative stress overall would cause this. So taking a lot of antioxidants could prevent it from happening. And maybe even like localized fucking rubbing like melatonin and astaxanthin on your fucking ball sack. That sounds fucking ridiculous, but maybe it could work, right? You have a Discord server? Yeah, I don't know if the link fucking is working or whatever, but... Need a Clever Killer collab? Yeah, like I said, man, give me a couple months and we'll do it. Miami's the best for content. Fresh and Fit is the easiest collab there. I agree, that'd be a good fucking collab. Being long hair is better than short, or is the face the only thing that matters? I think medium length hair, like a bit longer, usually does halo most people, but it's not going to be the make or break. I wish there was a way I only have sons. I agree, man. I probably, honestly, I wouldn't mind holding out on having a child until I can like somehow chemically guarantee that it's a son. Do you apply Tret daily? No, I take it pretty infrequently, to be honest. Like right now, I just microneedled, so I haven't done it in a few days, but I usually try and do it like 2 to 3 times per week. It's possible, but illegal with sperm sorting. Dude. Huh. These guys really just don't want us having sons, hey? It's ridiculous. That's fucking funny as. You low-key mog with a super long hair because of how masculine you look. Potentially. But it goes both ways. It's like, if you look really masculine, you can pull off long hair better. But then if you look really masculine, you can also pull off a buzz cut better. You know, you kind of like pull off fucking everything if you look masculine. What pheno benefits from tanning the most? Caucasian. You know? The whiter you are, the more you benefit from tanning. Why'd you change your name from Looks to Androgenic? Looks isn't very marketable. Like Looks, it's too generic. I don't know if you guys, any of you saw the stream earlier where some girl that was locked in on like Aqualix and stuff and said she watched my content. She knew me as Androgenic and as Looks. And I was like, holy fuck, that is interesting. That is awesome. Androgenic, tough name. Fuck yeah. Well, it started off as like a meme. Because I was making an account as a meme to show one of my friends a video of me lat spreading. And I was like, what's a funny name? Fucking Androgenic Ogre. Let's go with that. So I was Androgenic Ogre for a while. But Androgenic Ogre sounds fucking clown. Like, no one wants to be known as Androgenic Ogre. It's too long. It sounds fucking... It sounds like a jester name. So I just, you know, after 2 years, I just reduced it to just Androgenic. And now I'm just known as Androgenic. How aggressive are you going with the hair transplant? Pretty aggressive. I want fucking Norwood 0. Did your Insta get banned? Wait. I don't know. Did it? Doesn't look like it. We're chilling. Why? Zerka says you gotta be more flamboyant if you're tall, so you don't scare the hoes. I've seen him talk about how like he'd be on security and be like pretend to do up his shoelaces and then approach from like a lower angle to be less intimidating. I think that's fucking interesting. Going out soon? Dude, it's 6 a.m. here. I already went out. I went out for a little bit. Now I'm just back chilling on the desktop stream for a little bit. Probably go to the gym in 2 hours. That was your hairline before you got a fringe. Dude, my hairline's never been good. I never had any temples. It was brutal. So I'm finally going to redeem that. Gym with no sleep? Well, I woke up at 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. So if I gym at like 9-ish, it's not that bad, to be honest. No slays tonight? Dude, I don't care about slaying right now at all. I got my slang face out of the way, dude. That's fucking done. I don't have a sex drive right now. I'm not eating any dietary fat. And egotistically, I don't need slays at all. I'm already content with myself. I'm secure in myself. I don't need to like prove that I can slay anymore. That was like 2023, 2024 type shit. Zerka wouldn't have the same success rate if he wasn't a 6'5" Chad, but never acknowledge it because of his dating program, lol. Well, to be honest, I think Zerka, like his personality does do a lot for him because people don't understand how high the bar actually is. Like, I don't give a shit about getting women, but if you do care about getting women, dude, the amount you can actually be doing, like some people in the forum talk about like, dude, approaching's cope because like if you're good looking, get approached. Yeah, dude, but what percent of girls that are attracted to you are approaching you? Let's say maybe 5 to 10%. So you're missing out on 90 to 95%. And here's the thing, the 5% who approach you are like the bottom 5% because they're extroverted enough to go out of the way to approach you. So they're probably going to approach other men as well, right? That trait of extroversion that they're exhibiting is a red flag for a long-term relationship. So you have to understand that the girls you really want, you are going to have to go after by definition, right? Because if they go after you, they've already outed themselves as having some bad traits. Who's more Chad, you or Marlon? Definitely Marlon. The ugly girls approach you first. I wouldn't say it's a looks thing. I've definitely been approached by good-looking women, but it's more just a case of the good-looking women who approach you are probably whores. And in my experience, that's been the case, for sure. Like, if you're a person who becomes good-looking and you still are too high inhibition to approach, and so you just rely on whatever women approach you, I guarantee you are just going to get nothing but complete whores. And I have experienced this firsthand. And it makes sense, obviously, right? Like, if you're waiting for girls to approach you, dude, the girls that are doing the approaching, especially in a nightlife setting, obviously they're fucking whores, man. Like, let's not be idiots here. Do you think your height carries you? Nah, not necessarily, because I've been tall in the past and got fuck all, so, you know, I can't really say that. It's better to focus on money, look, status than wasting too much time cold approaching. Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't focus on women. But if you do want to get women, then you have to at least concede that, like, mass approaching would be the ideal strategy, right? It's just simple mathematics. Your college would get better. Tretinoin, GHKCU, microneedling once every 5 weeks. high antioxidant usage, sunscreen when tanning. So yeah, I keep everything pretty dialed in, and I also have just good aging genetics all around. This stream, I'm probably getting your course later. See you in the private dis. Fuck yeah, man. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the course. What's your body count? It's between 20 and 30. GHKs are you topical? Yeah. No, homie, you look far better with buzz. Appreciate it, brother. Isn't it brutal if you get rejected by more than 50% though? Well, it depends. Yeah. Are the people you're getting rejected by going to be able to damage your reputation? Because in that sense, it can be negative. But let's say you traveled like 3 hours away from where you live, or like on the other side of the world. Then if you mass approach, what's the downside of getting rejected? It's only your ego. So if you don't have, if you don't have like that egotistical attachment anymore, there becomes zero downside. Would join the course, but I'd rather buy 2 large pizzas. I'm checking Discord DM real quick. I'll do it after stream. I'll go through all my DMs after stream, brother. Yo, Chad, the ROI on cold approach is insane. 100%, dude. People don't understand, like, there are guys out there, like, if you really want to fucking slay, there are guys out there that are, like, really good looking, bunch of status, and they're literally mass messaging women on Instagram, like 200 per day, the same fucking message, going out, fucking approaching during the day and whatever, not giving a fuck. It's like, dude, these guys, day by day, it's gonna, you know, everything converges towards the mean. These guys are going to get a lot better women than you're going to get if you're not putting in that kind of effort. But at the end of the day, who really gives a fuck about women, right? Hair transplant 2026, very soon, within the month. My friend wants to start roads. I recommended you course. Appreciate that, man. I hope he enjoys it if he joins. Isn't buying an escort better? Well, it really depends on what you are trying to satiate exactly. If you're just trying to satiate your sexual desire, you could just fucking masturbate, right? And then a step above that is like buying an escort. But that's probably going to haunt you deep down on the level of your personal identity and perhaps your ego, thinking that you have to like pay to have intimacy with another human. That's probably pretty brutal for your psychology, especially if that's your only option. Like if you already have a bunch of options and then you go with a hooker, it's probably different. But in general, I'd be pretty against doing something like that. You can't buy love? Yeah, exactly. You can buy mating success, you can't buy attraction. Aren't you too young for a transplant? Nah, they don't. There's no, fucking age minimum. I'm 24. Did you do PDO threads? Yeah, dude. I don't know if they're still in here because I did them like March last year. Dude, I have like 50 PDO threads in my face and they did absolutely fucking nothing. Absolute cope. Sex is overrated. I want to see the look in their eyes when they seem like they can't live without me. Those dates where I didn't fuck, but I saw them look at me like that were better than the ones where I just fucked. Well, I agree. There's a lot more to it than just sex in terms of getting satisfaction out of like a romantic relationship. You still streaming What a Goat? Fuck yeah. Yes, I am. For a little bit longer. Love is a luxury. Only a few get to experience either way. Yeah, I mean, even though I've had a relationship, I'd never really say I've been in love, personally. Or hyper response to every chemical ever. Yeah, dude, acrylics did nothing for me. PDO threads did nothing for me. Like, I'm just open about it, dude. I've put fucking vials in my face, did fuck all. Your thread's bidirectional, though. I was just using a bunch of screws. you into crypto at all? Nah, not really. GHKCU that applies as serum is a cope. No, it does absorb. And it absorbs very well after microneedling, but even regardless, it definitely penetrates the skin barrier because the Dalton, the size of the molecule is below 500. So yeah, it's definitely able to penetrate the skin barrier. How brutal is the hype build? There is no answer for this, man. There's no answer that I can give that's going to change your life. Whether I say, the hype build's not that brutal, man. 5.9's fine. Or like, dude, the hype build's brutal. 5.9 is completely over. It's not going to change your reality. So you go around, walk around, and see how you get treated. Go on a dating app and fucking claim me a fucking 5'9 or 5'10. Put pics of yourself. See how you do. That's your answer, man. I don't have the answer. I'm not an authority on it. The only authority on it is real life and your experience, right? Like people ask me, bro, rate me. And I'm like, bro, you walk around here. Do you get bitches? Like, do you get treated well? Well, yeah. So why do you need my rating, bro? There is your rating. Jung is the GOAT. Very few people worth reading more than him. Yeah, I might get into it. Most brutal pill to swallow. Good question. Well, there is probably, I'd say the brain pill is pretty brutal. Brain pill's pretty brutal because the brain pill constitutes not only your intelligence, but your level of ambition, sociability, your impulse control and willpower. All of that is driven by the brain. So if you have a really fucking good brain, like you think about people like Mr. Beast, Elon Musk, their brains are so fucking optimal in terms of conquering. Like that's a dangerous pathology. Like it'd be interesting to look inside their fucking brain and their genome. And then you look at, the average fucking guy who just smokes weed or does at home. Whatever's in his genome or brain, dude, it's a bunch of mush in comparison. Like if you truly have a brain to conquer, that overrides almost anything else, especially it'll continue to do this more so in the future, especially when we have more advanced surgeries and, we'll see how AI goes. If you are truly a mental conqueror, you can conquer your own mind, you can conquer financially and status-wise, and then you can put all of that into surgery, which will be advancing year by year. So I think the brain is the ultimate pill. And that's why I'm doing as much as I can to optimize the brain, because the brain is essentially the key to everything. The brain is the reason why I had the will and the vision to plan out my entire ascension, right? That is an interesting, standout, divergent thing that the average person would not do. You could pay for intellect, though. Intelligence is overrated. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about like paying an Indian to code a website for you? Mr. Beach has managers and shit, of course. But he's the one at the top dictating everything. You don't get there by accident. That's what I'm saying. Right? Obviously, he's not doing a million things, but he has everything methodically planned out. And he's the one on top calling the shots. And it takes a special mind to get there. Neuralink. Yeah, Neuralink will be interesting. But I'm not going to lie. There will be a point in the future where genetics start to matter less. If we can just give everyone hyperintelligence and then give everyone surgeries to make them gigachad. But we're never going to reach that in our lifespan, most likely. So we have to focus on what we can improve. And so in the period of evolution that we're in, I would say the brain is the ultimate pill. Also the mind and on the brain. There's so much so you can do, focus on the physical aspects. Yeah, mind and brain. I kind of mean both. You know, mind and brain. I can see how you can see them as different things. But yeah, the mind. How would you have made money if not for social media? I would definitely go into some sort of online business. I would not be working like a normal job. You look so Slavic with that haircut. Yeah, I can see that. What's the main thing you do to optimize the brain? The main thing I do is use psychedelics for neuroplasticity. That is the main thing. You think conscience is a curse? In some aspects, it can be. Tren is not really like stand out for bone growth. It's not really too different to other compounds. Relative to its level of toxicity, it's not worth it. People forget the importance of reading books, essential to getting knowledge and improving your frontal lobe and parietal lobe. Yeah, I could get into reading books. Like, if you have any recommendations, I'll certainly take them. Topical versus injectable GHKC, it's whatever. Do you think the identity and trauma of your younger self will stick with you forever? Well, whether it does stick with me to some extent, it'll stick with me a lot less than other people's traumas will stick with them. That is what I'll say. Whether you can completely remove something, that's hard to say. I'm not really sure if you can, but you can certainly largely diminish it week by week, month by month, year by year, and make a lot of progress. So, but identity-wise, I don't really identify with a lot of things. Like, what I personally identify with is mostly my pure consciousness, and then obviously a lot of my thoughts and brain. Like, I'm pretty attached to my overall brain and everything. But when I look in the mirror, yeah, I see myself. I'm a little bit attached to how I look, but it's not really that much of an identity for me. I'm much more heavily identify with my consciousness and brain and thoughts. Well, it's gonna look so much better. It really makes your bones pop. Cheers, man. I agree. I'm not even that fucking lean right now, to be honest. Read Jung for sure, and Eric Newman. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'll look into some Jung books. Shrooms optimal? Shrooms are pretty fucking optimal, man. I prefer LSD for a few reasons. Because LSD lasts longer, and the dopaminergic tone is also nice. The D2 agonism. And also the way that it agonizes 5-HT2A has more of a bias for preserving executive function. So that is a reason that it can be better than mushrooms, I would say. But they're both great. They're both literally amazing. Are you going to gamble? If I get a steak deal, there's topical, GHKC, Mog, injectable. Like I said, same shit, man. Doesn't matter. Rose good hella knowledge. I'm very interested in neuropharmacology. And obviously for the most part, I was very interested in endocrinology and everything to do with like anabolics and all those receptors and everything. But over the past year, I've delved more into neuropharmacology. I've looked into salvia. Yeah, well, salvia is a kappa opioid receptor agonist. And to be honest, I think it's one of the worst drugs you can possibly do. Wait, this guy needs to get banned. What the fuck? There we go. Yeah, the thing with salvia is it literally causes dysphoria, and then the way that it affects memory causes a bunch of memory encoding to give you like years of fucking memories that you actually believe exist. And so it gives you a dissociated dysphoric hellscape for 100 years. Why the fuck would you ever take that instead of just taking like a classic 5-HT2A hallucinogen? It doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Like, during my bad trips, I was able to truly internalize what level of terror that salvia could actually induce on you. And I was thinking, anyone who does salvia, like, genuinely has zero respect for themselves. Like, it's fucked. It's 7 a.m. when you're going to sleep, G. I will go to sleep probably a bit in a few hours. I'll go to the gym first. Is it over for True Souls by BP going mainstream? I would say no, because the vast majority of people are always going to lay down and rot because they don't have the willpower, they don't have the ability to see past their ego, and so they are doomed to an existence of pure self-doubt and insecurity and self-hatred. And so for that reason, in any sphere, dude, like, people who post on bodybuilding forums, how many people of them actually have a good physique? Fuck all. People on Looksmaxx, how many of those people are actually looking good and doing a lot to improve their looks? Fuck all. You see this in every single sphere. Most people are losers who don't accomplish anything, even though they attempt to for years, or at least pretend to attempt to. So it doesn't fucking matter. I would say, yeah, it going mainstream doesn't matter too much. Bro, what compounds would be better than trend for bone mass? Dude, any androgen is going to hit the androgen receptor and do the similar thing. So it's like, just minimize overall toxicity while ramping up the dose. So like, test and everything is way less toxic than tren. Like, literally like 10 times less toxic, right? So if you factor that in, yeah. And on top of that, you can add like things that increase GH and shit, but can't be bothered going into a full stack, but you know, definitely better options than tren. Most people aren't truly willing to do what it takes. Yeah, I mean, dude, everyone knows that like not being fat looks better and is healthier. So why are there fat people? Like, I can't imagine an existence like that. I can't imagine like just being fat and still eating. Doesn't make sense to me. I literally can't even comprehend it. Spray on hairline? Yeah, dude, you're gonna reverse engineer hairline. It's not fucking real. Did you notice any masculinization of Bruce using SARMs before tests? It's hard to say because yes, but I was also bone smashing, and like, it's hard to say overall. Definitely hard to say, but potentially. Best compound for fighting? Probably like Halo testing. What contributed to your knowledge of this space the most? Well, if you're talking about neuropharmacology, it's probably mainly AI. AI obviously makes things a lot more efficient to learn, but for endocrinology and like steroid-based stuff, mostly just picking apart different aspects of Reddit, forums, PubMed studies, YouTube videos from people who are reputable in the spheres, all that kind of stuff. But now I also use AI for a lot of it. How did your voice deeper? Yeah, it was mainly test. Like the first 6 months I hopped on test, that's when 80 to 90% of the voice changes happened. It was pretty fucking drastic. Legend for just chilling with chat for 5 hours, giga attention span. I'm telling you, man, LSD is some good fucking shit. Even badly depressed post-ascension. Not really. Not really, I wouldn't say. There were some periods where I was a little bit discontent at times. I was like, dude, it feels like my ascension's not paying off. Like, I'm not fucking getting not getting women that much, but I was like barely leaving my house. I was like a hermit. I was pretty insecure at times. I would never ever consider myself depressed though, but there were some points where I was like, fuck dude, I feel like I've ascended a lot, but I'm not getting the results that I deserve from this. But obviously that began to change year by year. Thank you for responding to our questions. Much love. Cheers, man. No worries. What do you think of masturbating? What do you think of masturbating? Like, I would say if you have a high sex drive and you feel the urge to do it, get it over with, right? Get it over with and go back to being productive. If you're one of those people who is like dopamine seeking from that kind of shit, completely degenerate behavior. LSD or test if you had to pick one. I've thought about this before, man. I'm dead serious. LSD. I would literally go natty to stay on LSD. LSD is literally the best drug to ever exist. What about porn and grey matter in the brain? Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, I haven't delved too much into it, but it can be pretty detrimental. And it kind of makes sense because I suppose you can understand how that could cause like dopamine neurotoxicity. You grow out your hair or keep it buzz? I haven't decided yet. Why are you an advocate for LSD? I just think it's the best drug ever. It is the ultimate key to improving and tweaking every little dendrite and synapse in your brain, just how you like it. If you have the skill to be able to do it properly. Yeah, it's the ultimate key for curing abused dog syndrome. If you were like traumatized as a child, being treated badly and whatever, and you're a late bloomer, it's like the only thing that'll fix you, right? Psychedelics are like the only thing that'll fix you. And it gives me literally more motivation, focus, and energy than amphetamines do. It makes me lower inhib than fucking benzos and pregabalin do. It beats everything for everything. How do you come with all this BS? You are incredibly uneducated on this topic and spreading danger. You need to elaborate. Unfortunately, you can't just say that. Do you reckon you'll stay living in Oz/Brisbane, mate? Well, I do like it here, but it is what I want to do. It is becoming sort of a small pond. So I definitely do want to do some traveling this year. I'll go to Thailand briefly for surgery. Then later I'll have a trip to America. Who are the best Ascension, you or Nocturnal Ken? I'm not sure, man. I think, well, I mean, I've also had the physique Ascension, so that gives me a point. But he also started off worse because he was like covered in acne and he was like bloated, glasses. I never had any of that. I can, all this LC drug talk. Yeah, you didn't elaborate, buddy. This is what I'm talking about, dude. This is like literally the funnel. I'm afraid, dude, I'm not going to lie. You might be in the bottom 20% of men. You got to explain yourself, buddy. Why Thailand is it cheaper? It's similar to Turkey. And if you get a good surgeon, they're pretty, similar in terms of results. But, it's a closer flight. I don't really want to go all the way to Europe, to be honest. I hate long flights, man. They're fucking torturous. I'd rather get it over with. And yeah, I haven't tried out Thailand. So, what surgery, mate? Rhinoplasty and hair transplant. What would you suggest for fixing acne scars? So, the first things you'd want to go into are like very deep microneedling, like 2.5 millimeters. And you can also do TCA, which is a type of acid. You can do TCA cross in ice pick scars at a very high concentration. Or you can do a TCA peel over a broader area. On top of that, you might have to go down the route of subcision. If you have like very deep scars, you might have to untether some of the fibrosis through subcision, and then maybe you need dermal filler. You can also go the laser route. But yeah, start off with TCA and microneedling. You for sure don't need a rhino. I appreciate that, but I don't know. I think it'd fix my harmony because, yeah, it's like straight masculine. It's like relatively straight or whatever, but it projects too much from the side, So I'd just prefer if it was a little bit deprojected, you know, and just perfectly straight. I think it'd look cool. Ever consider double jaw? Nah. You think you're Chad Light or Chad? All the labels are, I can't take the labels seriously, you know what I mean? They're all arbitrary. Chad Light, Chad. No one can really agree on what's what. I would say I am at least 99th percentile. I'll say that. So whatever you want to consider that, go ahead. You ever consider double jaw? I don't know if I answered that, but no. Rhino and HT will ascend you. I think mainly Rhino will be the heavy lifter there, because it's like with hair transplant. I mean, dude, you can always wear a hat. You can always like fucking fraud with some fucking hair system or wig. It's like not a huge deal, right? But Rhino changes the actual structure of your face, so that'll be the main ascension. What do you think of Face IQ? I don't mind him. I respect that he has, you know, a similar goal to me, just trying to optimize humans and finding the best way to do it. And yes, we disagree, and I'd like to talk to him and discuss our disagreements on our philosophies. But compared to the average guy, you know, I have a lot in common with him, right? So for me to have any negativity towards him would be ridiculous. I like the guy and I like what he does. I banned your channel from a clip of that one guy throwing your hat and collecting it without reacting. How do you stay calm against people who are clearly hating for no reason and want to put you down? Well, I just decide to play a certain character. And so that way I don't necessarily feel like, oh, I'm taking disrespect, or like, oh, I'm fucking really cortisol spiked. Just acting. Like I'm completely emotionally non-reactive, because whenever I go out, I've taken psychedelics earlier in the night. So I'm in a very low ego, emotionally non-reactive state. So I can just choose calmly to act however I want. Do I want to act like really upset and cortisol spiked, or do I just want to like completely ignore it? It's up to me. So like right now, I could just literally jump into character. Dude, that Face IQ guy, I'm so fucking sick of him, dude. Like, honestly, man, him like preaching all this carnival shit, dude, it's really like dude, the cunt's so fucking retarded. I can't believe this shit. Like, I fucking hate that cunt so much. All right, act over. You know what I mean? Like, can act however I want. Great clip. And the thing is, you could clip that and people would actually believe it. Like, well, Andrew's a fucking weirdo. Roid rage. Yeah, dude, my prefrontal cortex was gone, dude. It'd be funny if someone clips these acts. Yeah, at least that'd be fine, as long as the part where I'm actually like talking honestly about Face IQ also gets shown to him. How does someone like Face IQ end up with very different beliefs in the diet when you're both trying to optimize? It's a good question, man. And I mean, look, I can see his perspective on a fair amount of things. Like, he does have some good arguments, but he does have some places that like really kind of fall through, in my opinion. So if I were to debate him, I don't feel like it'd be a complete thrashing. Like, I'd fucking corner him completely, and the whole idea of the carnivore diet would completely collapse. But I definitely would have some interesting things to bring up to him. And some things I've heard him say are just straight up incorrect. Like, he said fatty acid oxidation is more efficient than glucose oxidation in terms of like oxygen consumption and oxidative stress, and it's completely backwards, for example. And then him saying like the Randall cycle is inherently inflammatory, just things like that. I disagree with things like that, but overall, realistically, carnivore is not the end of the world. Like, it's not bad. There are much worse diets, dude. You're unlikely to be fat on a carnivore diet. With anti-nutrients, yeah, so I understand he's obviously against like vegetables. I do agree with some anti-nutrients being bad in vegetables, but I also think some of it's overblown. Like, for example, phytic acid inhibits the absorption of zinc and stuff. Yes, but that's only when they're consumed within the same meal. So if you consume them in different meals, there's no issue. So that's one example where it gets blown out of proportion, like, oh, phytic acid is going to kill you. And then you have some polyphenols that are beneficial, you know? Like in broccoli, yeah, there are some oxalates in broccoli, but sulforaphane is an extremely potent compound which upregulates your endogenous antioxidant systems, like NRF2, I believe. So you do have to weigh these up, right? Some phytochemicals are pretty fucking good for you. Well, body fat, I'm like around 10% right now. I'm pretty lean. Use broccoli. You can say either one, to be honest. Broccoli. The thing about vegetables is no macros. Yeah, that's why vegetables can be good on a cut and then bad on a bulk. Like, I'm not really for or against vegetables. Like, I don't personally have vegetables in my diet. And if I do, it might be some iceberg lettuce on a nice chicken sandwich. Because I don't think they're necessary in any way. You can get all your phytochemicals and all your vitamins in other forms for sure. But I also think that it's a little bit over the top to straight up demonize all of them and say every phytochemical from a plant is bad as well. Do you rate microneedling on face? Yeah, 100%. I did it a few days ago. That's why I'm a little bit paler right now. But I wonder if I'd be like slightly inflamed right now because I did like 1.25 like all over my face. I do that about once every 5 to 6 weeks. What does your diet consist of? Chicken breast, white bread, white rice, cereal, skim milk powder, and chocolate whey protein. And then sometimes I'll have like a bunch of fish oil, but apart from that, pretty much no fat. No steak. I love steak, but I have it fairly rarely just because I'm really low fat right now. Just to get extremely lean and have no sex drive, which kind of mogs. Just become a robotic, logical mogger. Here in Dubai, the locals use 4% hydroquinone. Oh, for like skin lightening? What do you take the fish oil for? Just because omega-3s are an essential fatty acids, EPA and DHA, and they do have pretty good properties. EPA is very good for the brain and lowering overall inflammation, and then DHA is important for like brain function and a lot of different cell membrane processes. So like they do have effects on like dopamine, mTOR, ligand binding into a cell membrane or a receptor, all that kind of stuff. You have palate expander braces? I had braces, yeah. You're planning on take streaming more serious? I'm not sure, man. Like for now, it's not necessarily my main focus. It's just sort of a part of the whole puzzle. So, you know, mainly short form, and then I want to do more YouTube informational videos, and then continue to have streaming going at least once or twice a week. And if I can get like a steak deal, I might turn it into something more frequent for sure. But at this point, I would say once or twice a week. Yep. You still feel the negative effects of one bite of that pepperoni pizza slice with Cookie King? Well, dude, I used to eat a pizza every day. Back in 2022, I literally eat a full large pizza after the gym every single day. And yeah, overall my diet was like pretty atrocious and I just still stayed lean. So it's whatever, dude. I've been there. Like, I was at the point where I was just eating pizza and drinking like sugar, olive oil, and skim in a big fucking diabolical shake. Like, my diet was pretty fucking atrocious, man. And I was still looking fucking chiseled at the time. So, you know, for me, it's pretty easy to stay lean just because of my appetite genetics and whatever else. What's on gluten? I don't have a problem with gluten personally. So, you know, I have white bread. I don't really notice anything bad. I think in an ideal world, it's probably best to minimize gluten, yes. But personally, I don't really notice any negative effects from it, so I'm like, whatever, you know. I still like good view. No one to eat pizza with cookie. Yeah, man. I mean, usually I'm not even tempted because no one in my family even gets fast food. There's no fast food in the house. It's literally just a bunch of chicken breast. So yeah, I pretty much just eat fucking chicken breast. I have no temptations to even eat other shit like that. You bet Bimax and Rhino. I'm getting a Rhino. Can't be really bothered with a Bimax. Your sleep schedule's wild. What's the reason for it? Well, it makes sense, right? That if you're going to go out on a night out, it makes sense to wake up late. And then that way you can stay up for a long period of time without like going into sleep deprivation range, right? Because you want to be awake for around about 16 hours and then sleep for about 8, right? That's the 24-hour cycle. And so if you're going on a night out and you're staying up till like, let's say you're staying out till 3 a.m., then you got to get home and go to sleep. You probably sleep by like 5 a.m. If you wind that back, that means you've got to wake up at least 1 p.m., no earlier, right? So I woke up at about 4 or 5 p.m. so that I could make sure that I would be, you know, completely wakeful for the entire night. And then at this point, you know, I can still stream and I'm still alert. And then I can sleep, you know, when I need to. But yeah, there's no inherent reason to necessarily need sun as long as you're getting enough blue light upon waking. So I flash a 10,000 lux lamp in my eyes for, you know, ideally 30 minutes upon waking, which stimulates the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which basically, you know, keeps your circadian rhythm in perfect gear. So yeah, I can literally wake up at fucking 8 p.m. and have a better circadian rhythm than most people. One of the cheap Amazon 10K Lux lamps? Yep, that's all you need. If the Rhino go well, you're going to Terramog? Fuck yeah, I'm looking forward to it. What face treatments do you get? Dude, I don't get any face treatments. Like, I mean, I do the microneedling myself. I don't like go to a place to do it. And then apart from that, I just use tretinoin, GHKCU, and then make sure my dosing of astaxanthin is high. That's an important one for reducing oxidative stress on the skin, especially if you're going outside in the sun. Do you think sleep deprivation is detrimental while you're still in your 20s? Oh, sleep deprivation is extremely bad for you, man. Extremely bad. It's much better to just fucking sleep during the day than, you know, just like stay up all day and then go out at night. And then, like, I can't believe people will be so sleep deprived, like a huge bender, and then they only get like 4 hours before their Monday starts at their like fucking trade job that they've got to do a 12-hour shift for. And then they just like never catch up on that sleep. Like, I can't even comprehend how damaging that would have to be for the brain and body. I always catch up on sleep. Like, fuck that, dude. Do more psychomaxing videos. They're so interesting. I agree, man. Psychology is very fucking interesting. Like, with respect to like optimizing your psychology through neuropharmacology, I think it's one of the most fucking interesting things you can learn. Sleep deprivation is the biggest killer? Yeah. Oh, tragic. I cannot fucking operate if I'm deprived of sleep, hey? I can't imagine how some people do it. I genuinely can't. Like, dude, after going out on a night like this, I literally sleep for like 20 hours. I'm not even joking. 20 fucking hours. How many hours of sleep's ideal? probably like 8, but I'm not even joking, dude. Like if you use psychedelics, the effect on like the brain networks, dude, you like literally will sleep like I'll literally sleep for 20 hours. All right, I gotta go. Goodbye, everyone. You're the second coming of Ziz Andrew. Appreciate that, man. Have a good one. How do I have a stoic mindset like you? Well, it's an interesting question. Because I really hate to always just say psychedelics are the key to everything. But to be fair, I've always been pretty stoic. Yeah, I don't know. I've always kind of been pretty robotic, to be honest. Like, mostly driven by logic, minimally by emotion. And I suppose you just have to try as hard as you can to not be emotionally reactive to stuff. Like, for me, it's just fucking easy now. But, well, like I said, psychedelics will help you with that, to be honest. They will help you emotionally regulate to a degree that you didn't think was possible. Not sleeping is for slaves? Exactly, dude. Sleep is the ultimate fucking good. Sleep is the best thing ever. Are you religious at all? No, I'm not. I'm just agnostic. I don't really have a fucking clue whether there's some kind of deistic entity or not. There might be. Do you voice more corpse husband? Fuck no. I mean, dude, this... I don't know why... I don't know if it's specifically me or whatever, but I swear, like, my voice here versus when I'm projecting it loud in, like, a gym or, like, in a nightlife setting, I swear it changes by, like, way broader of a hertz range than, like, the average person. I don't know, because I sound like mega deep here, but then I only sound, like, a little bit deeper than average in like, IRL shit. Do you mean emotionally reactive at all in certain scenarios, like out of anger, because sadness is important at times? I feel like it's okay to show certain emotion. So, I mean, personally, I don't really like feeling sadness. I feel like I don't feel sad very often at all. Sadness is not an emotion that I'm particularly familiar with a lot of the time, to be honest. Anger, again, not too often. Obviously, if someone really fucks me over, I'll be a little bit angry, but I'm not necessarily going to act out on it. Do you feel happy though? Yeah, I do feel pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with how things are going. Things are going pretty well. I'm obviously not content or complacent. I have big plans and big ambitions, but I'm definitely happy with the direction things are going. There's really no need to feel any emotion other than positive ones. Yeah, I kind of agree. Obviously, I suppose a way to frame it though is if you are experiencing sadness or whatever, you can sort of detach yourself from it and just kind of see it as an emotion passing through you, as if you're watching a sad movie, right? You can appreciate the sadness if you're able to detach yourself from it. So I guess, like, I don't know, through meditation or some shit could help. $10 Lux Light, best used in morning. Yeah, as soon as you wake up. SSRIs when I was 13, then on and off till 18. I haven't been on them since for 3 years. I've been an emotionless zombie. Any suggestions? Interesting, man. SSRIs, they're not the worst thing in the world. I think some people overly demonize them, but they're also far from the best. And they're literally just a shit version of psychedelics if you really look into the pharmacology. Because the main benefit from SSRIs is that over many months, they start to upregulate hippocampal neurogenesis. And that fucking happens instantly if you take a psychedelic. So, and you're also not like fucked long term, like in terms of feeling like a zombie or whatever. I think a lot of the serotonergic downsides to SSRIs are due to the 5-HT2C agonism, which decreases dopamine release and like I think sex drive as well. So I think some people actually what they do is they combine SSRIs with a 5-HT2C antagonist, and they have results there. But overall, if you've been an emotionless zombie ever since then, you could try cerebrolizin. Cerebrolizin could be a good option, or you could try psychedelics. And it's funny that or you could try ketamine. Ketamine could be decent for a very acute spike in BDNF, mTOR, synaptogenesis, dendritic spine growth. Ketamine could help you. Do you think whores want to just be loved? Yeah, well, if you think about the pathology of whores, like if you walk around a nightlife setting, club environment, obviously can't speak for all women because they're all going to be there for different reasons, but the biggest whores in the venue, they've likely had a rough upbringing. Their dad didn't treat them well. They never got taught that they were loved. And so they go around taking dick from random men in order to fill a void that they assume will end up being filled, but it simply won't be. So do they just want to be loved? I think deep down they do, but they have no idea how to go about doing it. These medications will help, yes, but do you believe people should maximize other emotional and happiness factors before taking these things? Example, like going to the gym, bit of confidence, exposure therapy. Yeah, well, that's what I did. I was doing these other things first. But the reason that I sometimes just talk about the pharmaceuticals is because I have been in the position where you just want to fucking let off. And I feel like if you're a fucking lazy ass and you don't want to do shit with your life, then I can't give you some fucking motivational pep talk that's going to change that. I can't just tell you, go to the fucking gym, you fucking piece of shit. We need to go to the fucking gym. Like, do some fucking David Goggins bullshit. I don't see it working, personally. I'm just going to tell you flat out, the first step is get your fucking hands on a drug that will change your mindset. That's what makes sense to me, right? Your mindset needs to change. A random fucking pep talk that I give you is not going to change it. A drug can. Are you actually getting a rhino hair transplant? Yes. Do you feel you might look uncanny if you bone smash too much? Yes, and I mean, like, if I bone smash my lateral zygos, I look completely fucking bogged. Completely disgusting. So, yeah, that's why I don't really bone smash as much anymore, and if I do bone smash, it's in different areas, so it's more like brow ridge base, a little bit of lateral orbital. I'm not really touching off the lower zygos. I'm not really touching the height of the chin much, etc. Stuff like that. You stream when you're on neurobiologic pills? I always am. Is there more room for growth on penile length or girth? Ooh, that's interesting. I would say probably length. Just because if you stretch it like the suspensory ligament, there can be a fair bit to gain there. Anyway, guys, I think I'll fucking wrap the stream up. Thank you all for coming out. I hope you enjoyed the little desktop stream. I haven't done really one like this before, I would say. Just fucking chatting with chat for hours. GG's W stream. Fuck yeah. Clips of good parts. Join the Discord. Tune in for the next one. Give us a follow, boys, you know. All that stuff. And I wish you all the best. Let's fucking optimize ourselves, eh? See you, boys. Have a good one.